Part 1. The wind blew hard against the house. The trees around the perimeter on the outside swayed and kicked from side to side, giving them a boost of life, causing them to brush up against the house, causing a weird nails on the chalkboard sound reverberating through the hallowed halls, sending a shiver up and down the spines of the occupants within, man and animal alike, as the only two bodies that currently resided within the dwelling was dealing with the aftershock of the sound, the kind master and his trusty canine, polar opposites even by the matching standards, best friends all the same, despite the difference of he being a decently large obese man, and he, the canine, being a slightly well-known beast of exercise and energy. Differences indeed, but this case is the prime definition of opposite attractions, as the kind large man cackled loudly, shaking off the chills with his partner in crime, as the four-legged friend barked and groaned loudly. "Hey, that was scary, huh, Goober?" Bark, bark. The primed loud responses heard between them within any room they occupy. The kind one then, with a full head of steam, came rushing over to Goober's vicinity and embraced him tightly, showcasing his forever love to his best friend, like a bulldozer at a construction site. All the same, the American bulldog embraced him. Part 2. "It's okay? It's okay," the large man yelled playfully in the K9's large floppy ear. Goober's response was maneuvering his own very large head and trying to lick his master pretty profusely till he submitted. The typical tale of the tape of the normal happenings on the large man's day off would include situations such as this current one, a life the man couldn't argue with, as his life story, till the very joyous moment he was sharing, was a living car wreck of immense proportions, every day of his life, all 32 years. So, with a deepened sigh of relief, he enjoys every day. With Goober, he feels truly accomplished. He never once remembers the severe bullying he endured from grade school all the way through high school. He never once remembers his personal emotional abuse he endured from his own mother, who used him as well as his two other siblings as punching bags to vindicate her own personal demons she was struggling with from her own life. He never has dwelled on the emotional scars he still has from that entire dramatic time, a dramatic time that also ruined his childhood. He grew up way too fast, becoming a parent type for his younger sibling. He had that all repressed, hidden behind many memories, many hard times from vet appointments, and funny times with Goober since he debuted in his life compliments from his older brother Ian. He speculated a certain guilt trip his brother had carried in regards to that particular time, for he had chosen other paths besides family to do. So when the time was right, Ian delivered the ultimate apology gift. This man, this kind obese man that has lived a life of turmoil and drama and has walked through the fire of negativity of his entire existence now, has had a clean bill of happy living for a mere perfect 4 years. 4 years of happy holidays to share, 4 years of happy moments to make his work weeks better, 4 years to be to organize his own life for the better, as at the start, 4 years ago, this man had no job, homeless, living on couch to whoever offered him shelter. Now, he has held down a steady retail job of 2 years paying for his own groceries, being to buy his clothes from name brand stores again, as well as being able to enjoy his dependency again, something that his depression on his day-to-day responsibilities at home restricted him from accomplishing, as he and his siblings' mother was his responsibility till the last day he he graduated when she was arrested for a bad case of disorderly conduct that resulted into a nasty bar fight. She had injured a lot of women at a famous dive bar named Wendy's Place. A lot of the known scars that showed up were deep and bloody. The local paper called her ruby red, a sadistic symbol of the coloring of all the wounds involved. But the mere effect it was related to a jewel, to a piece of currency, profitable in the lament's terms. Goober did that for him. Goober's influence had allowed him to experience life into what it all had to offer. The light, not just the dark. Of course, the topic of his significant weight mass was a topic that could be related to the negative spectrum, as weight gain is the contributor of meeting an early grave to a lot, but to him he just wants to be happy. So he deals. As time stops, everything stops. As long as he is by Goober, he slowly gets back up on his feet as he felt his energy level leave him, his face red as strawberries, his chest tight as though a boa constrictor was hugging his body. He stood over his now wound-up companion, who was barking again loudly, tail wagging up a whirlwind as a few mist papers nearby was stirring up and flying about. Immediately, felt like a kid, again, and not his age. He quickly pulled up his tan khaki pants to situate his frame from his jelly abdomen from being exposed, and pulled his gray shirt back down again and proceeded back on Goober's level with the rough housing. He extended his arms again, wrapping around the dog's massive frame. He delivered his finishing maneuver. The bear hug. The dog stopped moving as he went limp, still wagging his thunderous tail. The man had only closed his eyes for a moment, till a loud thunderous knocking was heard at the front door that shook them both up. Springing both to their feet, he looked down at his best friend, who was locked in on the front door that inhabited the same room as they were currently, growling deeply and loudly, trying to frighten the invader on the other side of that door. The man was confused. As he glared over at the digital clock on his brother's entertainment stand to check the time, it read 7:00 p.m. The night had just befallen the neighborhood, and the other side of the human condition was currently active. A human condition similar to the animal kingdom, the nocturnal animals. Apex in all was out and about. The knock happened again, but louder. Goober growled, louder and deeper. The large man approached his brother's front door, looking out into the peephole to gaze upon the paranormal visitor. Paranormal being a catch term, as it was a weird circumstance for anyone to visit his brother Ian's house when he personally house sat. Ian himself was a popular man, but he, Big Hugh Maine, as it was previously stated, was not the case. Much to Hugh's surprise, however, it was a person, but a special person. A normal person, has no choice in a lot of matters to ignore, as the shine from the law enforcement badge became blinding even through a small opening as a hole in a door. Hugh took a deep breath in as he slightly cracked the door, trying to open a line of communication with the alone officer who seemed to be on business. Of course, Goober's interpretation of such act was a green light for him to attack whoever or whatever lurked that his kind master Hugh was opening up to, which resulted Hugh to embarrassingly fighting Goober to go out on the front porch of his brother's house to greet the shocked policeman who didn't know to react or to help this civilian in what was occurring. Hugh forced his huge frame through while submerging the beast that was clawing its way out. Yes, hello, officer, right. What can I do you for? Hugh's greeting was genuine. The faux-hawked, light brown-haired officer smiled and nodded, before delivering the earth-shattering news he was doing within the area from house to house. Hi, Mr. Maine. I am going currently house to house within your neighborhood to let people know personally from our police department, instead of reading it off social media, that as of this afternoon, at Crimson Hill Corrections, there was a mass prison riot and a scary, cult-like trio escaped from there and perhaps could still be within the local area laying low. So we just don't want you personally to worry. You know, the whole reminder to lock your doors and windows kind of thing, kind of. As he finished up with the information with a comfortable laugh to try and sway the topic of the conversation, Hugh smiled and laughed with him as well, keeping everything cordial and easy. As a brief moment had commenced as Officer Wright, as himself looked over the porch lights and motion sensor lights of all of the local neighbors, taking a good survey of the local area. Got you? Hugh smiled and nodded with the nice reply he gave. The young friendly officer friendly replied the complimentary, "Thanks for your time," as he then proceeded to turn around to proceed to the next house, when Goober on the inside started to bark and snarl loudly at the nearest window in front of Hugh and the officer. Wow, nice pooch there. Pitbull. Huh, no sir, American Bulldog. Yeah, Hugh answered back nervously. Officer Wright simply nodded and gave another smile and replied, "Well, lovely dog. I had a lab when I was a kid. His name was Cooper. We had him for numerous years, you know. Always fed and watered him. Took him out, walked him the whole nine. We had a wonderful life with him. Yeah, they're indeed man's best friend," Hugh said in accomplishment, as he was staring at the barking beast still, trying to defend him behind the glass wall. Yeah, they really are when you find the right one. That it is, until a drunk driver runs him over in front of your house. Officer Wright exposed some inner darkness he has dealt with all of his life, more than likely a culprit of why he had chosen a life of law enforcement. As to any normal person, when you witness a such heinous act as that, at his age, it molds anybody for the better. Worse, however, to the other, who represent the opposite. Hugh got worried as his hands started to sweat. He looks to Goober, who was still snarling and growling. Hugh understood perhaps the dog might have sensed something off with the officer, as he didn't. He started to raise his hand back on the doorknob of his brother's front door to try and get back inside, as well as not to raise any suspicion of anything hostile to the tranced officer. The officer then turned back around, just as Hugh had his hand on the door to apologize for his mindset. Wow, sorry about that. I was lost in some childhood trauma there. I suppose we all have those skeletons in our closet that have helped contribute to the road we travel to get to where we are now. You know? Yes, sir. I totally understand fully, Hugh said, as he quickly crossed his hands to the front of him obediently. The officer sensed his offense to his debut of his dark side. He kept things professional as he hid his pearly whites with a smirk and a touching farewell as he left Ian's porch. Okay, well, Mr. Maine, please, as I said, be vigilant. Lock your doors and windows and take care of that beauty of a dog. He then turned away and met the sidewalk in front of the house quicker than he left it. Hugh simply raised his hand to respectfully give him a farewell. He watched as the young officer went a mere 2 or 3 feet away, and he left that sidewalk once more and walked up the driveway of Ian's neighbor to do the same thing as he just did. Hugh watched as from another viewpoint he conducted the same thing with 2 newer people carrying out his civic duty. Hugh didn't waste too much time as he went back in the house and greeted Goober, as well as to stop his cosmetic destruction of the window that Ian had just spent a good majority of his last paycheck on to detail clean it. He locked the door quickly afterward. As with Goober's, help went around the entire house and locked every window, booby-trapped every other possible entry, and retrieved Ian's hidden pistol from his gun safe in his upstairs bedroom, laying it out on the kitchen countertop. I suppose the tale of 3 convicts escaping from prison had Hugh shook emotionally as he went into lockdown of sorts, making his signature mac and cheese microwavable dish he had brought over with him, then eating it in the living room, whence he and Goober's earlier match occurred, transforming that arena into a sleeping fort of he and Goober's massive tastes of the pulled-together couches, pillows, and blankets, and such. Of course, Goober ate too his signature kibble with light deli meat mix, a chopped-up variety compliments of one chef, Hugh Maine. Hugh made sure that all what he and Goober's needs were met there and within reach. Hugh wanted to be prepared. He even reached out to Ian. Sadly, Ian wasn't in the talking mood, so Hugh had texted him a whole book to digest in the midst of his personal vacation he was on, allowing his sibling to know the state of affairs in regards to his property. Hugh didn't want to stop there, however, as he figured living in the state of the miraculous social media age, he reached out to his father, grandmother, as well as his baby sibling, Dalton Maine, of which that was Hugh's greatest mistake, as Dalton actually picked up the phone call he gave. Dalton was in the midst of doing Dalton things. "Hey, little brother." "Hi? Who the hell's this?" "Dalt board, it's big bro Hugh. What are you doing?" "Hugh? Oh shit, brother. I am sorry, just out at Wendy's place. That same bar Ma got so famous at, drinking with a few friends and such, you know. Tough day at the office. Got ya. So what's up?" "Well, just letting you know, sir, that I am over here at Ian's, and some cop showed up, letting me know about some prison riot and a few cons escaped." "Oh, you mean the Smiler Riaz?" "What?" "The Smiler Riaz Big Brother. They're quite a messy crew. Their conversation that started off sincere and planned on being short and sweet turned into a quite a interesting find, as Hugh didn't expect a Maine to really understand a intense criminal element, such as the criminal cult, as the Smiler Kings, as Riaz in Spanish means king or royalty. Hugh listened on ward, gaining intel of what to look out for. As to his surprise, he didn't expect Dalton to be involved in such topics, as Dalton, last time Hugh had checked, had a straightened mind and was a dedicated member to a production factory that makes and sells car engine parts. But he knew the in-crowd Dalton keeps, the unsavory kind. "Well, big bro, from what I heard from the rumor mill is, the Smiler Kings started here and nearby. They're a mere branch from a quite larger tree that, as you know, stems nationwide. Only 3 main heads. The same 3 that escaped recently. The brains, soul, and muscle of one body of the local crime scene. You have James Wine, the patterned muscle. His street name is the Titan. Then you have Mason Dixon, the soul of former preacher that turned criminal street name, the Father. To lastly, the head heifer himself, the devil, Roscoe Lane Moon, the brains. The body, the definition of bad." Hugh took a brief moment to soak all of it in. His brother continued onward with the rest of his quickened definition of what he had heard from his rumor mill, as it had to be quickened, as his audience he was entertaining at the moment was starting to be severely important to him to return to. The Outlands cries from Dalton's side of the phone was echoing on Hugh's side. Sorry, big brother, but I may have to cut this convo short. I gotta get back to a few coworkers of mine. Wanna keep playing pool, you know? Oh, I got it, man. I understand, but these guys are just bad news, huh? They sound nuts on the criminal side. Yeah, they do. On the other side, the cult side, is something I don't have time to explain. If you want some reading material, look up the old school Roman gods and goddesses, Know Egypt, and the underworld, yeah. Look that up. Oh, okay. I got you Egypt and the underworld. Thanks for the information, man. You have been very helpful. I try, man. But I gotta go. I will catch you. Okay? Okay, little brother. Keep your nose clean. Okay? Okay, man. Bye. Click. Hugh looked at his cell phone for a long while before the screen automatically shut off to save the remaining power it had left over. He tucked it back tightly in his closet pants pocket and reassumed his normal lounge effort inside his fort, with Goober, now snuggling next to him, sound asleep. Hugh was thankful he was off work and not going to work till the next day, but later, as he compromised with a fellow coworker. So he was starting to become comfortable with his best friend as he draped his arm over him, as he gazed upon his furry friend, now being later in the night. As the doors are locked and windows secure, Ian's heat was on to keep Goober and Hugh nice and snug within their huge structure of fluff and cool blankets. Hugh was at peace. He was enjoying nirvana, even though possibly lurking nearby in the shadows would be the escaped convicts, who, according to his party-hard baby sibling, worshipped some ancient gods or goddesses of Egypt. He looked to the kitchen doorway, to the living room, looking at the metallic firearm that was awaiting the very grasp of its user. Hugh felt secure snuggling lower now, allowing himself to start the process of falling asleep, allowing himself the rest he would need for the following day of waking up, feeding Goober, then walking him and playing with him, the normal dog dad stuff he has become too accustomed to. He allowed himself emotionally to feel happy enough, not even thinking or dwelling about his brother's problems, nor the extent of his mind traveling further of the day-to-day activities at his job. As long as Hug was near Goober, his lovable American bulldog he raised as a puppy, the world around him can just burn, as long as the world don't bother them. 11 p.m., a great time to finally rest for the following day. Hugh finally fell asleep, holding on to Goober like a teddy bear. The night went on as normal around Ian's neighborhood. A few crickets and fireflies from the nearby woods, ice cold currently as the outside as. The temp gauge tells on its digital thermometer from the kitchen window. On the outside, looking into Ian Main's home, it looks like a castle, a multi-level fortress of pale white siding and black shutters on the bedroom windows of the upstairs. It gives the look of it being inhabited by special things that you wouldn't find in a home, but would be teased as inside would revel. The normal things you find in a huge home. The garage, basement, kitchen, and etc. Nothing that catches your eye. Special, Hugh loved the job his brother would give him, especially in the detail of spending time with his dog, for Goober had to stay with Ian for the solemn fact of Hugh's current living stats, of living with his grandmother, their father's mother, a grandmother that was really old. She had a strict no pets policy in her home, which literally killed Hugh when making that decision. He was blessed overall to have Ian being so welcoming for the pooch to stay at his home. So, as opportunities arise, Hugh takes no prisoners. No difference between his older brother's neighborhood and his grandmother's from his neck of the woods. They both live in the same town, just a mere 5 minutes away from each other. The difference is, his grandmother's neighborhood at night was always busy with cars and such, whizzing up and down. Hugh could never sleep, tossing and turning. Currently, been sleeping a mere 6 hours already into the night, currently making his way to the morning. Things were all to perfect, to normal, to safe, until, from the outside, not so far off from the homestead backyard, 3 sinister bodies had surfaced from their personal travels of the woods that were connected to the woods that was in the backyards of the local homes. 3 bodies wearing their dirty orange jumpsuits, still from their previous stays, from their past lives, now arisen from the ashes in their greatest escape. The Smiler Riaz walks thoroughly out of the cusp of the backyard wood of Ian's house, standing firmly in the 5 a.m. hour line of the vacationed homeowner's grass line. Like clockwork, the 3 stood in order of their roles within the body. The last stood the Titan, then the Father, to lastly, the Devil. Mr. Moon threw his demonic smile, black inked tattoo, showcasing it off to secure the reputation he had forged and made for himself. He looked at the silent house in front of them, studying at every morsel. The Titan looked on silently, as well analyzing the ways in and the way out. "Do you think he's still here, sir?" The Father had asked Mr. Moon in his pondering ways. "Oh, he's here. My sources that I had to pay great money for all have told me that Ian Maine still lives here and still has an extensive bank account." Roscoe Moon had given away a short backstory of his own to give into the larger scale at work, as the 3 sinister beings stood there. Their reasoning of searching for this particular property dates back years and years before their individual sentencings, for the true reasoning of Ian's disappearing act is of Ian's personal involvement with the body, starting back when he was a kid. Ian, unknowing to his parents, had developed into a singular life. By he reached high school, he would abandon his home duties, as their father would be a workhorse, working around the clock with their mother being the way she was. Ian was sucked into the life the criminal enterprise was giving him, grooming him with gifts, and lavish mini homes to stay. As he did, run away from time to time. He was becoming best friends with all 3 men that are now statues in his backyard. He became their right hand literally. Ian Maine had become code word insane, a great hybrid of his namesake, the other monster he had forged. As things got better, though, things had gotten worse, as Ian would stop at home, witnessing their mother's abuse, with Hugh, as he saw Hugh struggling and maintaining his duties at home to Dalton, becoming the second in command under their father, till the moment he had to check out from their own relationship, leaving his wife and situation for his own sanity. He never had given up, though, as he still wanted his kids. It still didn't help the main 3, as Hugh carried all of that till the tipping point out of high school, when an anonymous phone call was placed from Ian's cell to the police, alerting them into what has been transpiring. Upon that day when Ian placed that call, he decided to leave the body, and had a sense of righteousness fall on him to bring these 3 to justice. So, in doing so, he stole one of their carrier chips, one of several microchips that detailed their money transactions and valued bank receipts for the entire industry they had made. In doing so, he had Roscoe and James with Mason. They're all arrested, serving the max time, as the law would allow. So, in a way, when opportunity struck, they didn't pass it up. So here they stood, gaining their composure, ready to quench their thirst for vengeance against a former brother, a former friend, a former co-worker. Roscoe didn't waste a second glimpse as he led the troops single-handedly to the back porch door, whispering to their muscle to use his giant fist to break the glass of the door and to reach inward and unlock the golden lock that was restricting their access in. The noise didn't startle the man and beast inside, as Hugh and his pooch both were heavy sleepers. The villains still carried onward, making their way to the back porch, to the final door that led them into the safe confines of Ian's back living room, a mere 15 feet away from the sleeping Hugh and Goober. "What would you want us to do, sir, when we enter?" the father whispered into his master's ear before the Titan carried out his selective job from the group. "We find Ian. Then we make him talk about our money. Then we finally make him smile for good, and everything else that would stand in our way. That's simple." Roscoe's sinister plans rang in with great rapport upon his fellow brethren, as cliché and corny as it may have been from a third-person standpoint. Those words still held great weight. Titan did the same thing again, the only difference being this time around, the noise did wake up Hugh and Goober, who immediately started to bark uncontrollably. Hugh's heart started to beat excessively, as he knew already, from the intense adrenaline coursing through his veins, and the time frame from the setting, that it was those the officer had warned him about. He jumped quick into action, with Goober at his side, not taking another moment to ask why or how. They were doing what they were doing. He crouched downward as he went to look for his cell phone, as in the heat of the noise he misplaced it, trying to regain his bearings from all what was occurring. He was immediately embarrassed to remember how he fell asleep with it in his pants pocket as he reached for it while restraining Goober. He retrieved it as he and the dog was hidden in the darkness, trying to dial 911 for the obvious choice. Hugh was shook, not the tearful shook of his emotional state, just reserved, as he still was trying to keep himself and Goober safe. The gun, he remembered out loud, as with a loosened grip of Goober, he ran for the pistol he had lain out on the kitchen counter. Simultaneously, though he wasn't paying attention to the intruders, as from in front of him, as his hand was on the handle to lift up the handgun, the Titan's huge bloodied hand covered it and squeezed it tightly to disarm him, then with his other hand had it already in a fist and clocked Hugh one good time in his jaw. "Crack!" Hugh grunted from the force he took from the muscled man. He went flying, ricocheting off the kitchen cabinets that cracked and dented as he then crashed to the floor. His eyes were closed as his whole body was hurt, his jaw especially, as he was holding it. Hugh quickly allowed that same adrenaline to become his painkiller, as his instinct was to protect Goober, then his own self. The Titan was there, over top of the obese man, to kick him extremely hard in his stomach, loosing all the air in his sails, and dropping again from whence he came. A harsh reality check. Roscoe walked closer to the two, as Mason Dixon was behind him, in the far distance of where they entered, tending to the dog. Mason seemed to have a weakness like Hugh to man's best friend. Wow, Ian can really still take a punch. But shit, did he Dumbo up, didn't he? Titan said smartly to Roscoe, as Hugh was holding onto his stomach, trying to recover from the impact of the shots he received. Roscoe was studying the downed opposition of his. "No one else is in the house?" Roscoe asked quietly, to the now ascending Hugh. Hugh looked at him, shaking with overwhelming emotions. He stood quiet and simply shook his head slow as his reply. Roscoe smiled and nodded in appreciation of his response. Good, good, Ian. I am glad that this problem can be solved. Just amongst us friends and, your lovely big pooch back there, huh? The devil pointed over to the now calmed Goober, who sat perfectly still now, next to Mason Dixon, gently petting him on his large head. It was an obvious power play. The survival game wasn't over, for it was a simple game of chess, not checkers. Hugh understood, as he played along with a charade that was given to him, as he comprehended that these guys somehow knew his older sibling and have mistaken him as his older brother. For his own safety, he proceeded. So, what's the problem? Didn't you guys get out? Excuse me? Roscoe smiled. Yeah, those plans I sent to you in that letter. Hugh went too far into the character, as he paid for it, as Roscoe gave a hand signal to the Titan, as he then backhanded Hugh across the face, sending another eerie sound effect across the room. Hugh maintained this time at least. Blood was drawn. Goober whined as he moved a mere foot forward, to what it seemed to want to intervene for his master. Mason calmly kept petting him, and placed a bone in his mouth to start gnawing on. No worries, the dog won't be involved, Mason said happily, from behind them, as he now sat down next to the dog and tried to play with him, and his new bone he received. Roscoe and the Titan smiled with arrogance at Hugh, who walked up slower to the bubble that was established. You know, Ian, you are still so arrogant. Yeah, a bit of a prick. Huh? James the Titan chuckled with his boss. Hugh inhaled a sigh of relief as his guise was still working, practicing his focus to a whole other level. Roscoe and James continued their charade, milking some information, moving forward of their own justice. So insane, man. Talk to me, why did you snitch on us? Why did you snitch on your brothers? That you said at one time that was a lot better than your own family. Roscoe got right to the deliberate point. Hugh was a slight loss for words into that question, as he thought simultaneously of the intention of the one time his eldest brother had interest within these group of people, referencing them, his family, then his real one. He thought about he and the baby brother, Dalton, missing him on weeknights, late nights, when Dalton would have nightmares, and instead of waking up there, abusive, Mother Dalton would just wake up Hugh and sleep with him till the next morning. Both young boys needed their brother. Now, understanding their personal standing to him, Hugh took the emotional gut hit that made him wrench for a moment, as he answered slowly, I don't know, man. I suppose it was my brothers, man. My brothers, they had changed my life. Really, bro, your brothers? That fat fuck and that runt? He said. Roscoe walked away, as the Titan walked up again, snatching Hugh up by his neck and throwing him against the refrigerator. You were my brother, Ian. Mine, I had no one, man. You knew my life, and you still did what you did to me. The beastly Titan dropped his prey, releasing some preserved anger that he had for some time. But Hugh was there to make the save. Hugh began to cough, steady trying to regain his breathing, as Roscoe and James, the muscle there, retreated to the near back, next to the father, who was still focused upon the playful pooch. Hugh was puzzled, yet still fearful, as well as he was still staring at Goober, trying to vindicate if he was hurt or afraid. He seemed all right, as Goober, with the bone still in his mouth, glanced over at his owner and whimpered for a moment as he looked back at Mason to still keep him preoccupied. Hugh applauded his canine cohort for that detail of the survival game they both were playing. Hugh looked over to any sensible weapon to use, or any possible route to take to at least notify the waking up neighbors nearby of the possible intrusion. Hugh's mind was going into overload. From across the room, the three heads spoke, as the father spoke first to be the annual mediator. So what's going on? You think this fat shit really is insane? He seems kind of off. Yeah, boss. Chubby, soft, and stupid. Ian wasn't like that. He was like the Billy Badass type, you know? Their one-liners already shared between them. Three didn't spew well for Hugh, as their past memories of his elder brother started to show them proof of the residing present. Comparing notes without the notepads and the old-school pens and pencils, Hugh stood in place, watching on, listening into the one-liners still being shared. Ian had brothers, right? Des dude over there could be one of them, right? Roscoe yelled out the one-liner that made Hugh start to run out of the room and down the hall to the front door, forgetting his pooch in the wake. Not before he called out, "Goob boy, come." He was expecting the intense pitter-patter of feet to commence. Instead, he was met with a forceful tackle form, the behemoth from the same entry point that he used to make his exit from the kitchen. Upon crashing to the floor, he was knocked out. When he awoke next, he and Goober was in the basement, both tied up, Hugh in a chair, wrapped up with customary binding around his wrists and feet, with a metallic cuffing of chains wrapped around his wrists. Goober bound up in a customary choker chain in the back corner, barking his head off. The steps to the basement were seen at the far distance, as you can start to hear them come alive. Of the descending bodies into the crypt, like atmosphere of Ian's basement, a darker conclusion was now in reach of the duo of man with his best friend, as now Hugh witnessed all three men bring down a singular individual, tool they must have discovered from the garage, not for the case of helping, but the tool to use upon Hugh's precious body frame. James, the Titan, sporting a very famous metal ball bat from Ian's younger athletic days, Mason with a small, razor-sharp-tipped gardening rake, engaging in a possible spruce-up situation. To lastly, the kicker, the one that Hugh was looking at, Roscoe Moon, the devil, dragging upon the walls a solid dark blue rusty crowbar. Hugh's heart began to race a bit. He tried to break from his restraints to no avail, sensing the outcome on the horizon. Both participants understood what was about to unfold. The Titan walked near Hugh on his left, smiling. Mason followed up near the middle, as Roscoe filled in the last remaining space on the far right. The all towered over the captured main. Hugh looked up from his restraints into each of the men's eyes and saw that his guise wasn't no longer working. All three men saw him now for his true identity. "So, Hugh, why did you lie to Chus?" Roscoe said in a low voice, upset, confused, and a bit pissed off over the blue lie Hugh had displayed. Hugh looked at the always smiling leader, who was slowly swinging his weapon of choice. Then he gazed at the other two men, who were still displaying their weapons. Hugh's fear was overtaking him, as in the game he was playing. With the three men, he was finally about to get checkmate, as the menacing figures all were closed around his king. Hugh didn't want to die, nor did he see himself meet a grueling end that it seemed he was about to face. What filled him up with the fear he was experiencing was the sight of his brothers, and the sight of the safety of Goober, who he listened to, whine in fear now from behind him. "I thought I could save us. Roscoe, oh, you know who we are. baby Huey. Roscoe became instantly intrigued, as the other two became stone-faced. Roscoe allowed some humanity to come back into play. Yes, I do. I found about you guys yesterday. From the cops. The same cops that are always within the area. Those cops that's going to send you dicks back into the hole with Bubba and Sully, throwing your soap bars on the ground. Oh! Roscoe quickly retracted his humanity as the devil surfaced, raising his crowbar to Hugh's Adam's apple to settle his disobedience at once. Hugh listened as he felt defiant. Mason snickered for once as he raised his weapon of the metallic handrake, portable, sharp, and sturdy, allowed it to rest on face level with Hugh. The sharpened points lightly grazed his cheek of his face. Hugh winces a tad as he felt the immediate burn of the puncture of the rake. Goober hears his cry of pain as he turns into Hulk Dog. All three men turn their attention to the angry dog. Not afraid, not intrigued, but thirsty. Thirsty of a bloodlust propelled once more for the revenge. Well, Doggy wants to play, huh? Perhaps he might like some baseball. Big James cackled sinisterly as he tried to walk away to the chained-up pooch. To keep him company, a coward, despite his immense height and girth. Hugh went into panic mode as he then threw his body at the monster, knocking him down to the ground, and he along with him. It sent the rest of them in a frenzy as Roscoe and Mason pulled the man off their giant and started the gang style of beatdown, kicking at first, as then James used his bat of wonders. The pings and the wet sounded impacts off of Hugh's flesh, sent chills down Mason's spine as he became normal for the moment and stepped back nearest Goober. His sudden humanity was overtaking him as he was witnessing the vicious mauling they were doing upon a man who was bound. He became a statue, still gripping hard upon the metallic rake. That tips are still stained, red from Hugh's facial features. He wasn't sure what triggered this style of response, perhaps. It was the will to sacrifice himself to try and prolong his dog's fate, or to save him in the most darkest moment, since Mason himself is a vivid animal lover. The ping ceased after a few good ones that echoed off of his back. Hugh only grunted as he wheezed for air. The Titan looked at Roscoe, nodding in approval, as he then unhooked the large man and allowed his body and gravity to take over. Hugh dropped to the basement ground with a large thump. He started to barely move as his gray shirt stained red from the intense crimson substance exiting his body from the many ball bat shots he endured. Another whine was heard as Goober tried to inch his way sadly to his owner, but became constantly restrained. A K9 to the exact coding, as Goober himself wanted to jump in. The chain was digging into deep that was around his giant neck, bringing him a newer pain to endure from his angle than the emotional one. Hugh gazed up from the ground position as the wounds from his head were covering his face like Cherokee war paint. He reached for his dog with an opened hand, a dying plea, I am sure. As Hugh's wits were gone, his mindset was gone, as instincts was all what remained of what was the actual person. Roscoe began the rest of his dialogue, some of the last few remaining words Hugh would ever hear for a long while. Watching next to the Titan and his bloodied bat Roscoe was now dragging that crowbar across the ground, around the still crawling, now bloodied remains of Hugh Maine, reaching out to Goober, both animal and master, locking eyes. A silent cheer was began from Goober, I am sure, as he had his tail tucked low but wagging. Mason was still, even now, still watching this whole ordeal. You know, Hugh, What I was trying to get at before was that why would you lie to Chus? We are not the bad guys here. We are not. We just represent something that has helped your mama and your piss-poor papa out for years. Not to mention putting some food and clothes on your fat back. You should be grateful. Still dragging and still taunting the focused, incoherent, beaten and bloodied man, as now he was inches away from his pooch, who, to add now, was silently cheering him on further. Mason, still aboard, watching a mere foot away. Roscoe locked eyes with his fellow convict. Roscoe was puzzled and confused at the sudden stillness of his alley. He started to give him silent hints of what he wanted Mason to do. As his sudden head snaps and minor loud noises wasn't registering to Mason as his uncertainty was, making him choose logically, Roscoe became irritated as he stomped over there, becoming face to face with Mason, but stopped as he saw Mason staring at the now rejoined couple of mans, best friend and owner, Goober, licking his wounds upon Hugh's face, whining low in stress at the state of affairs that these men put him Hugh through. Hugh weak, with his one good arm draped over him like a lift raft of sorts. The devil looked back at his underling, understanding his hesitation of what was going on. He understood Mason's background. As nearby, the Titan was closet to the downed body, the devil looked at the Titan and shook his head rapidly. James understood the order as he snatched the weakened fat man up from the safe clutches of Goober. Hugh groaned in pain as Goober started to snap erratically. The Titan just chuckled as he had the huge Hugh in a bear hug. Subdued, Roscoe then walked in front of the weakened prisoner, raised his crowbar once more to Hugh's face, thinking he was about to bash his brains in. Hugh breathed in silently and exhaled slowly, awaiting for the instant crack of his skull being split open. Instead, Roscoe swung hard at Hugh's gigantic left leg. Crack! The sound of the bone breaking made James and Roscoe, the main beaters, chuckle with their joker grins. Hugh cried out in pain as he was then dropped to the ground once more. Roscoe then turned his attention to Mason, finally locking eyes with him. "Hey, Father, want to do the honors?" As he then pointed to the same bloodied instrument in Mason Dixon's hands. Mason looked down at the sharp object. Roscoe was calling it the great finale, the great send, off that Ian, when he would return home, would understand who was here and why. It was a message. Mason didn't hesitate as his years of dedication within the body came flowing naturally to the surface, and he walked over and handed it to Roscoe. The devil looked confused as he stepped back, looking at the father with a great weirdness as he brought up a valiant remark. "Remember your tool, your rule. You do it." Mason was instantly aggravated of the weapon rule of the body code. He sucked up his focus as he understood the next part, as he approached the fallen man, who simply just looked up at him. Mason, who at this point was still the entire time, began to relapse again, thinking of the prior save attempt he did for his dog. He thought of the longevity of this Hugh's character, his mind going 1,000 times an hour by the second. Roscoe and James watching perspectivity before the father would bring down his stabbing sensation upon the beaten and bulged victim. A moment had lapsed as Mason raised his hand with the weapon ready to bring it down, when Goober whined again, causing the two men to stop and look over at the distressed dog. "You know, bam, bam!" A loud whimper and a huge thump brought the K9 to a quicker death than that of the Wild West gunslinger. Roscoe loaded up the pistol again, the same pistol that was once Ian's. Mason and Hugh were in complete shock. Hugh more than Mason, as Hugh pushed Mason to the side and crawled quickly over the bleeding pooch, laying down on his side, eyes closed, his blood trickling down his face from the gunshot wounds inflicted from the perp. Hugh, with his one good eye, started to tear up as he reached out to embrace the body of his best friend. With little strength left, he held on sobbing like a newborn. Mason, still shocked, looked back at his compadres with embarrassment, with a minor feeling of anger towards Roscoe. At the moment was smiling with relief. He approached Hugh himself, with the gun still drawn. He points the barrel at his forehead, clicking back the barrel. You're not grateful? You know, Hughie, you're not grateful. So what happens to someone who's not grateful? You make him learn. As he pulls the trigger, shooting Hugh in the neck, Hugh started to convulse and choke of the overwhelming cascade flowing out of his mouth. He tried to cover it, the hot, burning wound in the dead middle of this throat. He knew it wasn't going to help, as already from the blood loss, he felt his body slipping, going cold at a rapid speed, like a free fall from a tall building. His eyes still locked on the three men, as anger and hate started to fill up the remaining pores of his soul that was slowly started to transcend, as his physical body was now dying. With his free hand, he reached over to the fallen Goober to give him one final hug before finally passing. He and Goober side by side. Hopefully, Holmes, you make your bro learn about what he did, and you can learn better in the next life. Mason, appalled and hurt and shaken, the Titan chuckling with glee, observed over their work, with Roscoe, who looked at the other two, quickly understanding their escape to a better place. Thinking only ahead, never behind, they dropped their weapons to make a run for it. However, were stopped by the police on the stairs, called from the gunshots being heard from the nearby neighbors. Part 2. 5 years later. The cold October breeze blew swiftly in the night as the clock struck 12 a.m., the significant day changer, to start the next day clock, the next day of time, a new life to be breathed into society again. Fabled body of life gets to live on, as today out of all days marks the day of great importance within the sleepy town, great importance as across town within their sleepy domains, of Halloween decorations strung up across stoplights, as well as across the downtown businesses, windows, and sides. A certain festive spirit emerges to mark the occasion, inching and inching closer to the festive holiday of Halloween, a spirit that for 5 select years has become the #1 target of popularity amongst the locals, not to mention a hurtful scar of the old folks that have still lingered here since then, 5 years ago, as from the sleepy confines of downtown, silent and festive, awaiting its time to shine once again for daybreak as the store shops and local office buildings can be up and running once more. Some action and movement of awake citizens still linger even this late, as you would see if you would travel south from the downtown area into more of the residential areas. Laments terms the perfect, now, neighborhoods of prosperity, as from the houses near and far from that area, they seemed to be destined for the rich and wealthy, as castles of mansions to huge estates of horse farms inhabited the entire landscape. It housed the powerful and arrogant along with their heinous offspring that represented the huge remainder of awake adolescents at this time, all congregating in the backyard of the QB's house, the QB of the awesome local high school team, the quote-unquote Romans, a stunning representation of wanting a Greek warrior emblem. Nevertheless, this particular QB of the local high school ran his own team off the field as well, as most quarterbacks would do, to acknowledge the high school rules of new and old. It wasn't no Avengers or A-team to assemble in a moment's notice. It was a more of a dictatorship, as these select young adults are all products of their rich and powerful parents that have all settled within the area. Currently, they are all residing around the quarterback's campfire pit, enjoying the festive weather as the breeze still was brushing through on a regular pace, feeding the enormous orange flame that was crackling and igniting itself higher and higher in front of them. Simultaneously, all included started to cackle and get energized by the activity, a bit incoherent to say the least, as the red plastic cups that was hard in their grasps gave the huge evidence push of their energy level going crazy. All 6 members of this group was going crazy. Crazy for the traditions they have all carried out. Crazy for the directions of their own personal lives. Going crazy just because they can, as at the head of this circle was the leader Travis Lasky, buttled up in his red and black Letterman jacket, brown hair, and slick back. When he would smile, his pearly whites would show through, giving him the indication of King Solomon, as that too was his nickname on the field. Everything he would do was simply gold. Funny thing too, that his father and mother ran the town bank. When you would continue left, you would see his queen of hearts, Shera Otavi, a Russian immigrant student that moved here with her parents, proud retail investors of a good majority of all of the shopping plazas in town. You'll see her best friend next, as she too was making small talk with Shera, celebrating, gripping her cup so tightly in fact, that she spills it on herself, causing a hilarious scene. "Damn it, Corey, you're too drunk," the outside voices of the other chairs said in comical glee, as Corey Cross, in her athletic profession of being a semi-pro female boxer, didn't take offense but nodded in approvement as she then got up and stumbled her way back to make another drink at the faraway white picnic table. The following two, the only 2 best friends that has known each other since they were toddlers, both have solid standings with the law enforcement mentality. It would definitely make sense to then say, according to their closeness and knowledge, potentially would be spilling the beans of their parents being former police partners for almost 15 years. Mark's mom and Holly's dad, Mrs. Smith, and Mr. Wolverton, the last one that was starting to get a steady line of attention, as so, being the only quiet one of this prestigious royalty, the goth, the art one, the stubborn, as his dark clothes and jacket with judgmental demeanor, proven all of his personal reputation. Piercings as well gave the flavor of a struggling personality. I suppose, despite the many negative flavors amongst his appearance and attitude, he would display to the general public, one of which was the student body of their high school. The royalty took him in like a stray puppy. Miss Holly Wolverton could be thanked for that. She had 3 years of English too with him. One Peter Enron, as he sat still watching the fire, holding on to calmly his red cup. Bark. A slow, majestic bark was heard from behind Peter as the elderly beagle came trotting inward to his side, he himself covered in an orange sweater. Peter smiles and pats the dog gently on his head. "Good boy, Fido. Good boy." A huge visual of the meaning, a steady line of attention. As Fido, the elder beagle dog, who was currently resting at his side with an orange sweater, is Peter's service dog, since Peter has been diagnosed with severe emotional seizures. All in all, around this circle of merry young men and women, of Travis, Shara, Corey, to Mark Smith, and Holly Wolverton, to lastly, Peter Enron, these people were in line to inherit their parents' thrones, the same thrones within the community that ran things. Quite intimidating to say the least. Their mutual meeting was an annual one, but to Travis, it was a too celebratory event, as Corey had to ignite the fireworks again within the group. Shit, Travis, you had that boy shook today. Too bad he got arrested. Corey, Holly W. chimed in on her normal stats, as Mark whispered into her ear to cease her involvement into the main storyline of what brought them there. Even Peter looked over for a moment of concern, as QB Travis agreed with the drunken chick that had already stumbled backward into her seat, guzzling back another one, cackling quietly with Shara as Travis stood up and looked on, to Mark, Holly, and lastly, Peter, the other end of the bonfire, sensing some mutiny feelings from those personal three. Travis glared with a sarcastic smirk at Peter as he began to speak. As tension arose, "You're right, Corey. I did. I punked that dude straight into getting himself expelled. I feel great about it anyway, since it was Peter's ex and all." Peter simply glared silently at their fearless leader as he simply drunk, chuckled as he took another swig, and continued his rant and rave. As Holly and Mark looked on, Shara and Corey on the other started to silently cheer on Travis. The royalty became suddenly divided. I suppose when one person is drunk, they do call any source of alcohol liquid courage. Peter Enron simply readjusted his coat, taking a huge gulp from his red cup, staring at QB Travis then, back into the flame, trying to get lost by it. Travis continued on with the antagonizing, as he took a huge gulp and a huge toss of his empty red cup to the far distance, allowing his inner beast out to roam. Due to his king status within this select group, you know, not once today since all of that went down in the lunchroom, to lastly outside the principal's office with that beautiful ex-beau of yours, sticking up for you, getting a huge fat lip that took hours to come down, and not one thank you? What? Peter kept his stance strong within the flame, as it seemed to put him in a calm trance, dodging the drunken outrage. Travis took offense to this as he tried to step forward to Peter, as Mark stood up as the voice of reason in this outrage. Hey, take a breath there, homie. You've had way too much there, okay? So, what has that have anything to do with that shit today, Mark? Trav, listen, okay, I get it. Holly gets it as well. But what we don't want is a confrontation. I thought we were all royalty. Remember? Mark and Travis's conversation brought a minor hush over this in crowd of popular kids, feeling the strong sense of sentiment of unity from Mark's words. Shara and Corey were silent, watching from behind their selected fighter from this prized ordeal. They too must have snapped out of their adolescent drunken stupidity. Travis stared at Mark for a moment, realizing more and more that besides trying to give him reason of the value of all of their friendships, he breathed slower as he started to smirk at Mark, then lastly, back at Shara and Corey, giving his own answer of agreement, dropping the situation instantly, as he then, still smiling, looks around Mark's bronze shoulders and nods in a positive manner, turning back around and making his way back to his throne. Mark too nodded to Holly's direction and sat back down himself. The group was unified once again, not before Peter finally spoke up, piecing together the other side of the communicational spectrum of the events that had transpired earlier today. Peter must have thought it was the right time. Do you really understand, Travis, at all what you were saving me from? From Joe Gano, that I've known since I was a baby? Adopted brother? I mean, most likely not. You see, another thing you all have failed to realize that today marks a very special day. A day too important to Joe, as he was sadly a part of that day 5 years or so ago. Being that he was from the same neighborhood as the best friend slayings occurred. The rest of the group's ears picked up, as their own personal accounts, throughout their years of hearing the scary story and the perps that was picked up again, but was released. Had troubled their souls many times over. Peter still continued to ramble on, this time petting Fido slowly. You see, Travis, he was right next door to Ian Maine's house, and he knew of Hugh, and all of that, their entire situation, and how Hugh was a semi-recluse, and his dog Goober was the only light in his life. I mean, Hugh used to walk that beast of a best friend of his all the time, and he used to always stop at Joe's house and allow Goober to smell, lick and be friendly. That sort, you know. Peter halts for a moment of his storytelling as he leans over to kiss his beloved best friend himself, as he then looks over to the pandering 5 listing ears, who was still awaiting locked within their drunken stopper. Peter continued on. So Joe was completely friendly to Hugh and Goober. He saw Hugh as his first best friend, and in doing so, would look forward to the times Hugh would drop by Ian's house for that interaction. Well, yeah, didn't you tell me, Peter, that Joe wasn't allowed to have pets at his house? His mom was a bit of a freak. Mark dumbly chimed in, as the rest simply watched as Peter nods once more in agreement what Mark had said, allowing another piece of the puzzle to be added to this long backstory that seemed was about to be brought back up to speed as Peter continued on. So, you can imagine then the amount of serotonin he gets when he would have those interactions. He depended on those to make through his rough middle school days. So when he heard the gunshots that morning, imagine his horror as the other neighbors called the police. He had saw the perfect corridor. A Veasan of the orange jumpsuits surrounded the bodies of Goober and Hugh. From the far basement window, he thought it was something wrong within the house itself. So, he saw the actual dead bodies before the police got there? Shara asked scarcely, as she and Corey was merging together, feeling the mutual fear of the belittled that Travis took care of earlier, feeling a tad remorseful of the celebration of his downfall that was the constant talk of the entire high school crowd. Yes, he did. Made him too different in life. Going forward, different as in a small way, he told me he became a light sensitive. As he said, he had dreams and would hear Hugh's screams crying out for Goober. He told me that he feels that he didn't move on since he missed his dog too much. That's sad, Holly said in a minor groan. The whole group felt the same as well, except for Travis, who became sober midst the minor confrontation, allowing his truer nature that was subdued to come through. A sensitive? Peter, come on, bro, really? Peter looked back down to Travis's way with a calming demeanor and spoke the following. Yes, Travis, someone who speaks and acknowledges the dead. That's what you saved me from today. You see, Joe Gano finally had found a way to whelp reach out to his friend from beyond to whelp, strengthen the bound. You see, he found a way to bring Hugh Maine back to life. The crowd gasped. The royalty was all sober, all at once, as they all mentioned the reason of the discovery of the answer that dear Joe had already discovered, the book of the unnamed. Travis looked around stupidly again, being strong in his skeptic position. Peter smiled and nodded. Travis's temper spiked with tension and reason, as he still felt as though this ordeal of a scary backstory was just another opportunity for Peter to be Peter to him. He, the QB, the savior of his personal torment, that seemed, from his view, a ragged attempt to verbally abuse his buddy, now being masked as nothing more than a cult-like attempt to raise the dead of a fallen murder victim. Shame indeed on Mr. Travis Lasky. So what? I stopped you from joining a cult with this loser, and to be fucking with satanic shit. Still the hero here. Even more glad that I had his ass dropped out of school. I guess that hit to your jaw was worth it, huh? Mark chimed in again. Travis only glared angrily again towards him. But yeah, he found the book of pop culture lore, claimed it to me that it was real. I didn't believe him. He wanted me to come back to that same house for some ritual of resurrection. I didn't want to. We argued, then Travis walked by. Things get heated, then yeah. Corey and Co. looked at each other from their side, as Mark and Holly started to have little conversations in regards to what they just heard. Everyone was stunned and curious to piece the true events today in the chronological order as they were deemed, and not just a one-sided horror show as it was made out to be. Even then, with that being said, to truly admit of another city folklore, Shara took the helm in this transaction amongst the small group, as she asked a question to Peter. So, Peter, are you saying that before my boyfriend came over to save the day, your former best friend had in his possession a source of magic, wanting you to share with him on some ritual, and you said no? Yep, that is the base of it, Peter said, with a stern look on his face. Guys don't think 'cause I rock out with black this, black that, like I am some sort of witch or something. Just a goth. Everyone snickered at the all-around comment, as conversations arose as well, to discuss privately alone amongst themselves. Of all what they just heard, Peter and Travis was the only two still silent, staring at each other from across the flame. Peter was stone, emotionless, with Travis smirking in disbelief, as that truer nature from within spiked again like a volleyball court. Well, Peter, I have an idea. If Joe was such a good best friend to this doggy lover, okay, and wants just mere support to bring him back over the threshold, perhaps we can go on over and support him, huh? Plus, I can apologize. What? The grouped answer from Shara, Corey, Holly, and Mark echoing into the cool night. In utter shock into what they just had heard, Peter, just as well, joined their suit in sentiment. Travis Lasky simply smiled again, rising to his feet, as his reasoning, despite being secret, it seemed well known as. He continued the charade as he milked the idea further by retrieving his keys from his inner jacket pocket. Yeah, come on. I will drive. I am A-okay. I really want to go over to those neck of the woods, help out a fellow peer, and resurrect a poor soul, just wanting to be with his dog again. Hey, Travis. Mark stood up again as the facade faltered and that alpha male position was seen. Travis stood his crowd with his still warming smile, looking at the aggravated Mark Smith, extending his arm around the fellow brethren within the group, as he whispered into his ear, I am fine. Come on, let's go. I will drive. As he then ran over to grab Shara's hand and take off over the hill of the right side of his huge house. Corey became fearful of being left behind as she quickly got up and started to give chase to her best friend. Mark and Holly, with Peter and Fido in tow, got up themselves slowly, staring at the idiocy in play by the group's fearless leader. "Why does he do this stupid shit?" Holly said in utter disgust to Mark, as Peter followed up with Fido on the other side of him. "I don't know, he's defiantly got small dick energy, and I'm not gay. Just saying." Mark and Holly both chuckle with him for the sarcastic comedic comment. Mark, Holly, and Peter then gave a small sigh. With haste followed their counterparts to the huge driveway. By the time they had made it to the driveway, Travis had already had his huge truck fired up and blasting music. "Come on, guys, we gotta go bring back Joe's best friend. Woo-hoo!" Corey was already in the back of the cab as Shara was riding shotgun. Mark and Holly started to breath heavier with stress of what they had to, riding in the same space as a drunk driver. Mark and Holly were both too familiar with the law and order aspect, still proceeding anyway due to the peer pressure aspect in play. Both persons started to walk to the opened doors until Peter started to carry Fido to the cab, figuring of the comfortability aspect that would still be enforced, but was halted by Travis, who simply raised his hand and said, "Sorry, Peter, no more room in here. You and Fido got to ride in the bed." "What?" Peter snarked angrily. Fido as well delivered his displeasure as he gave a deeper bark. "Roof." All the reminding eyes looked at the driver inside of the cab with disgust. Travis swayed his comment as he explained his reasoning. "It's nothing personal, man. Just not enough room. Plus, Shara's allergic to dogs. No offense, Fido." His sincere comment was kind of understandable. Both Mark and Holly looked at him with a silent plea, the kind of plea out of the sake of peace, to just obey. Peter nods, and then looks back at Travis, who gives another cocky smirk. Turning back around, Fido whimpers, as Peter only looks at him with disgust, as he pets him profusely, as he climbs into the truck bed, shielding his beloved service animal with his own body structure, as the rest of the personnel get situated and shut the doors and buckled their seatbelts. Travis ignited the engine, and they were off. Peter held on tight with one arm as he held onto Fido with the other. Corey herself glanced back with regret for Peter and Fido's predicament. Holly had noticed in from over Mark's shoulder as he sat in the middle between the two young ladies. She nudged Mark for his surveillance of the situation within the truck, as Travis was speeding pretty good and yelling wildly, and Shara was encouraging him as well. Mark simply started to whisper to her the simple question, "What else would you like me to do?" Holly scuffs loudly as she then looked outside of her window, watching the passing society of her hometown whirl on by. Mark looked down at his feet, at his own response to his best friend Holly's response, as Mark was struggling with the follow-through for months even before the events of today transpired the way they did, as Mark was raised semi-religious and was always inspired by 90s style action, heroes like Rambo or Guile from Street Fighter. Mark Smith had already had the emotional state of mind like a comic book hero. I suppose his father being a cop didn't help things as much to scoot him along the path he has walked on to the day. I guess that's what Mark just naturally became. The problem that Mark has always had to figure out is the reputation v. his own reflection in the mirror style of thing. A horrible rut for someone like him to always be in. I guess that's why he enjoyed Holly's friendship too much, as she was the main one out of their friendship to always be the firecracker to wake him up. Mark looked ahead again as he tried to have a small talk conversation to perhaps awaken some morality in his rage-filled, suddenly sober friend. Corey looked back again at Peter, who was now tucked into the far corner of the truck bed, holding his dog, whispering to him and smiling, finally enjoying the cold-filled ride he had to endure. Corey smiled again in relief, as she too then went from looking ahead to Shara, then back again to her certain window. Holly noticed again, had her mind instantly pondering. Could Corey be catching feelings for one Peter Enron? Time would only tell as the car ride continued onward for another rambunctious 15 minutes, as there was barely no police on the routes that Travis had taken. They arrived at the abandoned neighborhood doorsteps with a huge graffiti sign. Here lies the death of a best friend. The best friend till the very end, with a huge cartooned purple dog with 2 black X's for eyes. The royalty had stopped their vehicle to observe the disrespectful artwork. Travis, however, snarked again to the lingering Peter, still sitting in the bed of the truck with Fido. Well, Peter, we're here as you can see. Fido whined for a moment, as Peter answered back, still calmly, Yep, just follow the road here, past the sign. Ian Main's house is right around the corner. The group inside the cab became instantly sick with worry, as the captain started to steer his 4-wheeled ship upon the cracked asphalt and the lingering trees, the pure evidence of nature tacking its land back, as it was too evident as well to mention since the murders of Hugh and Goober, Maine. The city and all of its inhabitants ran for the hills, choosing not to live here anymore, afraid of the outcomes. But from what they were also to find out, this particular group, summoned here by their own stupidity, something much sinister was in play, as from around the corner they coasted within the truck, getting an ugly view of those same inhabitants with their gut response before they did finally run for the hills. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Corey said in disbelief from the inside as Shiraz and Travis began to visually read the slander and the harassment. The neighborhood posse must have gave Ian and the rest of his family. Mains are drains. Ian is insane Maine. Dog killer. I mean, wasn't this like a clear-cut case? I mean, Hugh died here. He was innocent? Just like his pooch Goober? Holly Wolverton snapped out loud. Seeing the confusion in her hometown's demeanor, everyone started to agree, until Shara and Peter filled in the gaps to make the rest of their group understand. You don't understand, guys. You see, when I was a little girl with my family in Russia, before we came over to America, no one got away. Scot-free, you know? There was damage still to go, all around. Yep, that's right, Shara. The same case is here. You see, guys, when Ian found out about his brother's death by his former compadres he used to run with when he was younger, all of his dirty laundry he had kept from his family came out, including his criminal history. So, in a way, yeah, his brother had been murdered, and normal people would assume his automatic innocence. Our local government, though, saw it as another opportunity to exercise a growing problem, and the Mains, being the villain in that story, solved that problem. Soon as that last comment was made from Peter, who was still holding on to his sidekick in the back bed of the transporter, sent everyone back down there, personal mind slots, remembering the smear campaigns they would continuously run into on YouTube or Facebook about crime and the rise and downfall of it. Things had started to make sense in a way, as all of them started to look around and observe the rest of the abandoned houses and visualize the ideals their hometown stood for. Mark said it best. Well, I guess no matter the time frame, no one believes in a hero or a bad guy. There's just them and us. Time is the only teacher enough to allow us to pick one side or the other. We just have to be the lucky ones, to pick the right one before we go. Everyone looked at Mark Smith, totally different, besides what they had prospectively thought, as it was a noble point, as the outer reflection wasn't lost to these select few. It's no secret of how they had become the royalty. Travis then pulled his massive truck into the cracked and damaged driveway in front of the old house. As to him, there wasn't no need to be coy or hidden from the public eye. As for one, their surroundings were abandoned, and two, no danger was really afoot. All of them exited the ride, from Travis to Corey on one side, to Mark, Holly, and Shara on the other. All formed to the back near the tailgate to meet the narrator of this malicious expedition. Okay, Dirty Sheets, where is Joe? Is he here? He said he could be already in there, performing the ritual. All young persons quiver for a moment, feeling their inner truths of what life was to them shake just a tad, coming face to face with possible magic. Travis kept his confidence of disbelief, patting Peter on the shoulder, as he simply said, Okay, well, no time to waste, guys. I am feeling awfully apologetic. Let's go, as he stomped up the dirty front yard that was covered by trash and huge, out-of-control bushes that could be mistaken as actual trees. Some thorn bushes as well met that same criteria, as even then they seemed to be woven over the front door. Mother Nature's cruel answer to possibly prevent any intruders upon the actual grounds on the inside. Everyone followed slowly behind Travis Lasky with uncertainty, similar setup to a bumbling Scooby-Doo mystery, as the small group had eyes all around them, looking at the house, listening for scary noises, lastly protecting each other for the idea of something or anything would jump out of the bushes. One person stood alone from the bumbling group besides their leader, which was Peter, the mild-tempered art major, with his all-so-trusty K9 companion, Fido the Beagle. He stopped right by Travis and began to investigate the front door entrance alongside his powerful doubter. The shrubbery and the intense damage to the front door is defiantly a no-no. Joe wouldn't have gotten through here. Where would he run off to then? In the back. Travis, where else? The back and forth from the conversational two sent Corey and Shara into an early energy burst as they both broke away from the minor group they had formed, leaving Mark and Holly with Travis and Peter. In the backyard, Shara and Corey ran into more debris and a lot more of construction-style damage that was left unattended to, as hole in the ground over time had filled up with precipitation and became muddy swimming pools. Unaware of seeing the bottom, it left the two best friends scarce again. Shara looked back thinking her boyfriend Travis would follow her automatically into the unknown backyard. She saw nothing but more cold air and the faint sound of her boyfriend and Peter still arguing at the front door. Well, looks like Corey, we have to find the way in ourselves. You heard Peter right? Her Russian-American accent kind of let out a spark of confidence to her tag-along friend who nodded to reinforce their current standing. Good, let's figure this shit out so we can just get inside this house. It's cold. Yeah, I hate the cold, Corey said in a parrot style of reptation. Corey proceeded to get her cell phone out of her tight pockets and shine her light from her phone upon the wet ground, allowing her and her best friend to see where to step. Corey and Shara held onto one another, as throughout the sea of muddy pools in the backyard, there was a faint area of sturdy ground not wet, perhaps to give the ladies enough grip to safely coordinate through to reach the broken doorway of the back porch that was seen from their angle. Both women start to move bravely, whimpering, with slight shots of fear roaming through their veins, unaware if the next step might send them both, or just one of them, into the surrounding water traps that Mother Nature had laid out, within 2 mins of proceeding with their plan in the backyard. Out front, still at the front door, the 2 alpha male types had started their exchange, in a small way, all over again, as Mark and Holly awaited a mere 2 feet from them to cease. Listen, why are we even here? Mark, you know our parents would dismember us for even being here. Think about it. Holly, I know, okay? But think for a moment. They would be pissed more if we didn't look out. Jesus, their cops, remember? Their whispered conversation was another valiant viewpoint to their extended friendship. Holly, the backbone. Mark, the hero type. Fido, however, still played his role to the T, as he was just sitting calmly directly behind Holly, facing directly to Peter in case he was needed. Listen, Peter, you got your beau's number? Call him up. Text him, spoil the entry point. Tell him we want to join him. Brother, he's not a beau, okay? I don't swing that way, Oak. Fight the stereotype. Besides, I'm talking logic here. Logic? Bud, you just told us you were best friends with a dude who practices black magic. The right fucking logic? Haha. Mere child's play and mere comments. The immaturity was on full display. Holly had enough. Mark sensed her displeasure from the whole proceedings and trailed her slowly. Fido as well. Okay, let's cut this jack. Assery right now. Her powerful deep tone stopped both men in their place, staring at her like they both had just got caught with their hands in the pre-verbal cookie jar. Mark was chuckling silently as he and Fido now had front row seats to a Hollydub ass whooping. Okay, Mark, and I are don't being silent back here, so I am going to clue you guys in on something. Okay? I don't want to be here. It was a huge fucking mistake to be here. But we are here now, doing this stupid shit. So, I plead with the both of you, drop this bullshit before the trouble we are already in for drinking and driving will get shitstorm worse. Holly then stood back slowly to Mark's side with her arms crossed in a way waiting a suitable answer from one or the other. Both men looked at each other faintly. Travis took a deep breath in, then, exhaling softly to relax as the stress he had caused, along with the drama his stubbornness had brought from his end of the problem, he was instantaneously becoming humbled, staring at his counterpart with now a defeated blank stare. Peter, too, went through a similar metamorphosis, as he then, too, gave a blank stare, and was the first out of the 2 to extend his hand to showcase he was ready to let it go. Travis quickly extended his back in the heartwarming gesture. Both men squashed their beef. Everyone is fine. Holly the backbone strikes once again. Great guys. I am happy now. Let's find a way in before the ladies do. Holly the coach now. As her backbone persona faded, Mark smiled as he watched her from her side now, as she did from his. Peter and Travis now looked at the blockage in front of them, analyzing every possible way, and that would be the easiest, until Fido barked suddenly from the back and trotted up to the opened space next to his owner. All participants stared in astonishment as the beagle looked ahead and found an opening with ease. He trotted forward into the brush. Peter got instantly afraid and tried to leap to him, but missed. Travis and Holly picked him up as Mark stood overcome by the situation, unknowing what to do. Fido! Shh! Shut up, Black is the new orange. We might be in an isolated area, but we are not alone. Boy, Travis, you're so just warm and cuddly, huh? Holly again showcasing her new position as she and Travis lifted the weeping cohort of theirs to his feet, as now the sudden sound of tussled brush and sticks breaking had them all curious. Curious for Fido's safety. They were not curious for long, as Peter was the first person to recognize the safety vest of his beloved K9. He watched as he saw Fido make his way through a small opening through the front door and disappeared. Where is he going? Mark chimed in from the back, speaking for the small group. A solid question to say the least. What they don't understand, though, besides the fear and the feeling of being a bystander of sorts, was the fact of a dog's sense, a sense of the greater majority within the area, as he silently cut through the house to a window overseeing the backyard, overlooking the intense wildlife he had to slink past, to see Shara and Corey doing fairly well in the backyard of muddy pools, until Shara, with one false step, fell into a huge mud pile. Corey was in shock and scarce to move. Fido barked again, as he felt obligated to intercede and to help, but he couldn't find a way out of there to go out and help. He looked around, trying to figure out his doggy knowledge to go out and proceed, but was stopped by an unfamiliar foe, at least unknown to one Fido, as Mr. Joe. G nicely picked him up and quickly walked on a known path to him, and together the team of Joe, G, and Fido saved the day for Shara and Corey, who didn't expect it at all. Joe didn't have time to allow for any snarky remarks or mediocre, as he was a hero. For many reasons, neither of them were going to be for the same people that have made his life a living hell. He brought them both to dry land as he walked back into the house, stomping to the front door, Fido still firmly in his hands. Shara and Corey looked from a distance as they saw Joe rip open an old worn-out wooden door and flick some switches. Immediately, the front door lights came on, giving the remainder of the royalty a heck of a fright. Good God, Corey, the witch man can make electricity, Shara said, astonished and dumbfounded, trying her best to recover from her near-death experience. The death of drowning by mud water. Corey was clearing of the mud from her face. Joe cackled for amount of bliss as he then ripped open the front door and shouted out proudly, "Please, come on in, and I have been expecting all of you." Peter and Travis looked at each other with wide eyes, with quickened heartbeats to match, as they, the main catalyst of this young man's descent into madness, now was being welcomed in to a known haunted house to perform some dark, mystic art in the basement. Both men stood silent and straight. Mark and Holly both put their right hand up at the same time with a complimentary grin of accomplice, as they were the ones to bring up the rears of Travis and Peter Joe, who was donning his favorite light brown hoodie and signature ripped jean pants, unzipped his hoodie to revel a long machete that he had sheathed like a pistol in a holster. But instead of carrying it underneath his arm, like a cop or a western cowboy, he had it tucked in near his left pants pocket. The handle was firmly against his inner hip. He swung from side to side as he was clearing a path for the rest of the high school bullies that has tormented him since day one, even before, when he was still very friendly with one Peter Enron. Joe was a hidden samurai from another life, a daring swashbuckler on the high seas with his fancy cutlass at his side, like so now. Joe was in glee reacting emotionally as he did, only having fun reliving his past lives, within the moment of intense debris and minor wildlife, of spiders and worms of all sizes. Every member of the royalty can now merge back together inside and together. The only drawback beyond this point that the group would have to consider is the plan of making it a surprise is now officially out of the window. Now they would have to consider other options as they all conjured at the front door now, as a group standing across of the Savior, the host, Joe Gono, Part 3. So what are we doing her this time of night, kids? I figured you royalty types would be like butt fucking each other with gold bars by now, or my personal fav playing target practice of my picture with a damn paintball gun. Joe Gono started to become a bit emotional as he then allowed Fido to roam free back into Peter's arms. The entire royalty looked at each other, then back to Joe, who still stood still, so puzzled-like. Travis stood still, dead in the middle, with his arms crossed, staring a deadly hole through Joe as he was blowing off some steam. Holly became worried as she was noticing this. She whispered loudly into Travis's ear as the rest of them tried to argue their personal cases. Perspective will lie. Listen here, you freaking ego trip. We are here to make peace, right? That's why we came out here. Remember that? We are doing this for peace between you and Peter. So drop this, whatever it is. Boy, Holly, I must have admit within these last few minutes, you have been extremely vociferous than you have since we all started to hang out. I admit it, I am turned on, Travis said, as he turned to her with a sexually playful smile. Holly instantly got disgusted, stepping back to her side next to Mark, who was listening silently to the exchange. He, low-key, gave the dirtiest look back to Travis, who turned back to Joe, awaiting his next turn for his verbal exchange. I guess Coach Holly was officially retired, which was sad, as a team without some sort of coach would have the same effects as now. The entire attention span on both sides halted upon the engaged conversation between Joe and Peter. So Peter, I do need to know for the record here, since we have a suitable audience, is why what happened today has led you to here, in front of me, in the main house. Peter looked around for a moment to his congregation to look for some sort of positive reinforcement, as the topic that dear Joe was referencing was such a hot topic on all of their lips just a short time ago. He saw no such thing, as all of the prying eyes just stared at him. Fido gave him in that moment a lick of confidence to remind him. Well, Joe, I told them about you and Hugh. You know, how he used to always visit you with Goober, since your mom wouldn't allow you to have pets in the house kind of thing. Peter's comment brought a surreal look on Joe's face, as he then looked around to the other bodies surrounding him, studying their facial expressions for the answers of Peter's revelation. He reveled. He felt somewhat embarrassed. And let me guess you told them about the book too, huh? Peter simply nods in approval to the question. Joe quickly crosses his arms in disagreement, again looking a hole through his former best friend, then around to the majority. Joe took the different approach while still conversating with Peter. So, it's safe to say you all think I am some sort of witch, right? A warlock? Of sorts? Conjuring up the dead? Insta-messaging the price of darkness, per se? Everyone went silent, as from Shara to Corey to Mark, and lastly, Holly, who stood silent, until Travis, who seemed to have awaited his preteen moment, had finally arrived. As he squeaked out the world-renowned one-word answer, anyone understood? Yeah. Joe looked at Travis with such flared-up hatred and disgust as he stomped over dead in front of him and had a similar Wild West showdown. Everyone started to move to the pending impact. Mark and Holly, the residential bodyguards, moved forward enough to possibly intervene on the pending physical altercation. Oh, you do, huh? That's real good to know Big Bad King Solomon himself, thinking I am a witch. Boo-hoo, scary. Joe's anger was sensed. Well, little Joey, I already knew you were a pussy, according to your fighting skills. Now it's just on a whole other level. I mean, how stupid of a man can be to interact with the devil. The damn book was made from his own flesh. I mean, you might just lick his belly button or something. Shara snickered for a moment from her beau's comment. At the sheer verbal brutality displayed, Shara in her Russian side. Brutality in the mere genetics, like a superpower that can be called upon to be used in the positive or negative light. Bad thing was, as the rest of her friends looked at her with worry, everyone understood more than well of why Travis Lasky chose her to date. Oh, I am glad the bear loved that Solomon cause. To be true, it is funny, isn't it? 'Cause I thought it was funny that when I discovered the book of where it was and began to literally read it, I found out a lot of the strangest things, you know, of the world beyond and around us, the stuff you can't see. Joe's anonymous and almost omnipresent comment sank into Corey and Peter, with the bodyguards understanding his stature that much more, as they too were great studies of body language. Sensing the offness quite a bit, Shara and Travis stood strong as they continued their belittlement. Mark, Holly, Peter, and Corey started to see a clearer picture of why Travis and Shara came here for. Ah, yes, yes. The stuff he can't see. You're a sensitive, the type of stuff, of seeing ghosts, hearing spirits, of the damned type of thing. Well, too bad, you're not as sensitive to the harsh reality of just how pathetic you really are. I mean, think. You're a witch. You're a loner. Never had a pet, apparently. No girlfriend. No boyfriend. Haha. I mean, you need to be as sensitive to your own life. You suck. The bombshell was immediately felt from the rest of the group. Peter himself felt obligated to try and step forward and go around again in regards to his own pride. Mark stopped him as he gave the unspoken word of not to get involved. He obeyed as Fido barked and snapped on. From Pete's tight confines, Joe cackled a bit as his face went stone-like, staring into the eye sockets of his opposition, as well as his Russian bear of a hag of a girlfriend, who he literally just saved from being suffocated under the disgust of Mother Nature's fury. Joe's eyes started to morph a bit into a weird neon green, then a fiery red. Everyone jumped from the mere left-fielded situation, experiencing this supernatural power on display. Travis and Shara became instantly humbled and afraid. As out of instinct, Travis raised his hands up and palms out, pleading immediately to the now powerful freak. Whoa, Joe, whoa. Hey, take a breath here, man. It was such a joke. Joe's demonic voice surfaced, making the entire room tremble in the mere second. His eyes still red, but now a noticeable, light, dark crimson, fluorescent visual, as he is currently showing off the mere power he has learned from the dark side, the book to say the least. Holly and company, that was watching a mere foot away, were rock, boulders, in a forest scenery spot, in a favorite commercial or movie. There still, and timeless in a sense, afraid to move, allowing the play of retribution to continue. as even Corey didn't move nor pay attention to the desperate pleas from Shara. Everyone seemed to be a foreigner here in unfamiliar land, allowing time to just play out. Joe looked around the entire house for a moment and sensed another presence within the house. He looked behind the body of kids, to quickly behind him, near the kitchen, to lastly, at the far right of him, near the opened basement door, glowing a spooky orange glow. The crowd followed his head movement, thinking of seeing something believable. Instead, only heard something frightening, as loud banshee-like screams shot out through the house from the basement, as all heads that followed fell upon the opened orange glow. It sounded like gusts of wind, demonstrating power of a minor hurricane, shooting through the entire crowd. They all could make out the vocal, disoriented pleas of a male voice. "Oh my God," Shara said as she quickly started to whimper with fear. Corey too. As her response, however, had her automatically leaning over to Peter Enron's side. Fido welcomed her with a friendly smell and a head push. Mark and Holly stood there, ground-looking all around, full of fear and hesitation like the rest of the IT crowd of their adolescence buddies. Mark and Holly seemed to be the type to face anything head-on, supernatural or real. Travis instantly became an alpha male type to a damsel in mere moments looking around from the blood-curdling unseen pleas. Joe became infatuated as he lost interest, of finding his thirst quenched, of retribution, of his rival. He then became refocused again on the real reasoning of why he was there at this certain time, as now the clocks on all of their personal cell phones clicked over to 3 a.m. He turns away from the posse, walking towards the basement again. "Come on then, let's come see what this party can really be like," his voice becoming normal, re-establishing a calmer atmosphere as he dove back into the crypt, hearing the stairs re-greet him with each passing squeak descending back down, leaving the royalty unaware of what to do. A sudden meeting had occurred. Holly and Mark, the backbone, and Coach led the meeting. "Okay, we need to get the fuck out of here now." "I second that shit." Holly is dead ass. "I don't like ghosts, yes." The obvious stress of this situation had relapsed Shara's English-speaking lessons a bit, but a newer group surfaced from Corey and Holly. "Hey, come on now. Let's think about this for a moment. Guys, we are here, okay? Now that's obvious. What we all need to understand right now is we are on Joe's territory right now. He may have hexed us by now, or some shit. I mean, did you not see his eyes? Good point, Peter. We definitely did, man." Another weird group was formed from Peter and Mark, both sides already looking at each other crazy-like, establishing their viewpoints of their own safety. For a tiebreaker, they both turned to Travis, who was still petrified from his personal experience of Joe's ungodly presence. It was a clear-cut answer he gave, siding with Shara, and company with a powerful form of dialogue. "Let's get fucking going, dude." As he then started to walk fast back out of the door, through the chopped brush of Joe's design, to help gain the party's entry to the inside. Everyone seemed to follow, even the ones who shared the opposite sentiment. They all made it back to his truck, when Peter had lost control of Fido, who suddenly ran back inside, full of doggy fury. Freaking out, Peter something awful, who gave him immediate chase. The rest of the group let out their dismay. Travis, however, didn't waste time or energy, as he quickly turned his keys over to ignite his truck once more. He was about to drastically make the attempt of a high-speed getaway, till Holly snatched the keys right of the ignition. Then running out the door to the front yard, Travis, Shara, and Corey run out after her. Mark and Peter stood in front of them. Peter more focused on Fido than the current predicament. Yo, Mark, get the fuck out of the way. We need to get out of here. Yes, church! Church! Shara exclaimed loudly as she tried to run the minor barricade, but Mark raised his hand once more before Peter lunged at her with tears in his eyes, pleading for mercy and help from her to help get his dog. When, mid-lunge, Peter started to cavort and convulse. His condition had commenced. Everyone turned to Peter again as Shara caught him falling to the earth with him. His convulsions had a vile turn. As his eyes start to roll, his body stiffened to a board of wood. A bit flew of saliva started to drip profusely. The rest of his comrades were helpless. Unaware of how to counteract his condition, Shara held onto him tight to provide some comfortably. From inside, a loud bark was heard from Fido. The entire rest of the royalty looked into the blackened doorway. They sensed the distress they were all in, and the duty some of them had to pull out in order for them to really leave this area intact. Mark and Travis looked at each other with great disdain. Holly walked over between them both. Corey hunkered down next to Shara, volunteering to be her co-nurse to watch over Peter. As it seemed, though, the group another one formed to perform the heroic duties of going in there and rescuing Fido from the heinous means of one Joe Gano. Holly, Mark, and Travis, who for a change was the caboose instead of out front, nods to one another to proceed inward. Mark lead first. Oh shit, wait a min! Travis exclaimed loudly, halting Mark and Holly. He runs back to his truck, near the passenger seat. He looks under it for something that can be used to take into the house, like a valiant warrior, choosing a weapon from the armory. An axe? Perhaps a sword. No, as a familiar weapon of the past came clanging out from underneath its confines, hidden deep for a reason, as it was unaware to the current party of the mutual connection to the actual death of one Hugh Maine. Is that a crowbar? Mark had asked, curiously astonished that something like that was in Travis's truck. Yep. The one-worded confident answer muttered from the now returning alpha male. As he was twirling it around before finally ceasing the movement, holding it firmly in his hand, he nods again, being a caboose back within the small train of the 3 members. Mark turned around to the darkness, bringing out his cell phone and flicking on the flashlight from his own phone to shine their way. Like a 18th century lantern, Holly turns with him, not before calling out to the nurses for Peter. Keep him calm and safe. We should be back in 5 minutes. Then we will get out of here. Okay? Corey answered for the both of them. All right, we will be waiting. The cunning last words before the small train started their expedition, walking back inward to the same place of their exit, the cold, chilly front door. Now, a corridor of a study in flux of wind gusts. All 3 members of the party acknowledging prior of the source of this particular style of wind they were enduring. Travis, holding on to the blue crowbar of his truck, looked back for a moment as farther and farther away they were leaving the opened front door, seeing his girlfriend, with her best friend, becoming a distant memory. Now Mark, Holly, and Travis started to scope for the little K9. Who could be anywhere? Mark's flashlight from his phone started to scope around the desolated living room. Travis as well copied the front man as he too retrieved his cell phone and turned on his torch. Come on, Fido. Come on, boy. Your daddy needs you badly. Bubba, Holly said in her best dog mom voice, as she too at her own house homed an unbelievable dog named Charlie, who was a slightly larger breed than normal, but gave her all the experience that she needed for situations like this. A mere factor about her that she doesn't like to speak about a lot. Only Mark knows. Travis tries to copy her sentiment, despite the overwhelming fear that he was dealing with. Fee-fi, come on, buddy. A slightly comedic comment. Despite his situation, Mark from the other side stayed silent and vigilant to the four-legged member of their group. I suppose everyone had their perspectives. Spiderwebs and various other tree life has grew into the inside from the ruined walls. The furniture was ripped and knocked over. A perfect picture painted of the time duration of whence this particular home was at its beautiful peak. The three royalty members didn't sway, despite individual hearts pounding rapidly like a marching band drumline. Hey, let's stay quiet for a moment, Mark whispered out loud to the other two. If we are quiet, we can fully hear his location. Oh, okay, howdy, freaking duty. Travis, Holly barked at him low-key, at the disrespectful comment he made, not to mention her personal protection she always gives to Mark, out of the respect of their shared history. What? Holly, he's no Caesar Malian, or whatever. Let's just find the pooch and go. Travis's slight whisper might have gave way their personal position within the house, as through only the illumination of the moon outside, with their combined cell phone lighting, sudden loud footstep creaks can be suddenly heard. All three froze, as the thought of Joe Gono came rushing back in, seeing that their current environment was still covered in complete darkness. Mark and Holly wanted it to be a silent op. So, in doing so, to that mutual commitment not to disturb the up-and-coming sorcerer within the basement stood completely still, as the shared thought also could be a wild animal of sorts, creeping in from the nearby woods. Travis, however, did take their approach at first, but he became cocky and ready for a fight, as he still had a firm grip of his weapon of choice, his crowbar. He began to look around with his cell phone light and his weapon. A look of sheer insanity came over his facial features, looking for the monster in the dark. Sadly, it wasn't to be for long, as in seconds as he turned left, to the same place all three persons entered the current room in, stood a behemoth of sorts, made up from pure white eyes, and was a thickened black figure. Travis screamed out his war cry of a scare at this monster of the dark, and swung hard at the figure who absorbed his attack arm, the arm of the crowbar. Holly and Mark both turned at this loud exchange, trying to intervene by pulling Travis away from the monster, as well as Mark himself picking up a nearby piece of debris, an old couch leg, and started to swing at it. The darkened figure didn't get afraid of the sheer might of their individual artificial lights, nor the physical means from the two men. Instead, its acknowledgement was a sheer roar from his menacing, gnashing jowls, and its look from its eyelids as he turned closer to Travis, tilting its head. Travis, afraid and not being all be to move, had the fear bug taking over his body, as though this particular entity took over his mind, like a light switch flipped from on to off. The mere control over his entire body gone. This monster quickly threw off Holly and Mark, sending them both flying into the air, in opposite directions. Holly into the kitchen, sliding over from the impact, allowing the fragile former wooden cabinets to take her hit. Mark, however, falling straight back into the air, then into the very floor of the living room. The broken boards of the rotted flooring ripped and cut his clothing as he fell into the dark of the basement, the dark of the house, the dark of the pre-verbal soul that was currently housing one Joe Gono, sitting still around, lit candles placed in a circle format, as Mark fell no closer to him, a foot or two away, quickly becoming buried from the falling debris. Burying him alive? Yes, but more of a restraint, to Joe's pleasure, as he looked over from his seat and nodded to Mark, who only looked at him scarcely. Well, welcome, Mark. I am glad you finally came down. Mark tried to get up. He couldn't, as his entire body felt sore. The weight of the covered debris held him down tight. Joe stood up and walked over to his only other set of eyes in his vicinity. He crouched lower so he can be face to face with his personal secret teller. Joe looked into the hurt eyes, his lit up once more, that bright red crimson. Well, hello, hero. How are we doing today? What? Mark said, confused. Well, let me explain here, Mark Smith. As you can plainly see from my setup here at the moment, I only need 2 main ingredients, not powders or some sort of a liquid, but people to select people from my personal life. He paused for a moment as he snaps his fingers. The familiar roar of the black shadow came whirling down the stairs at the distance. Mark could hear Travis scream too at the top of his lungs as he saw that monster drag him with it. The monster stopped dead in front of Joe, then dropping the armed Travis at his feet, thus disappearing. Mark was speechless. Joe felt his confused state of mind beneath the rubble, so he continued onward without the belittlement of crouching. You see something like I have. You don't let it go. I can't, I won't. As he starts to step away from audience member, going back to the circle of his creation, Mark noticed from the setup, the circle of candles had a weird X symbol dead in the middle. It reminded Mark of X marks the spot kind of thing when you go treasure hunting, like memories. Memories is all what I have anymore. Memories of good times. Memories of bad times, especially behind closed doors. Those memories of my true home life always keeps me company, as yes, Peter and Travis here know of the sad part of my mama, not allowing me a pet in the house at all of my childhood. What they don't know that you now will know is the physical, the emotional abuse I withstood at her hands, as faint loud crackling noise of belts with childhood wails can be heard surrounding Mark. It was a carnival show presentation from Joe's magical mind. He smirks as he was checking out the cult circle that was of his design, looking over the details, walking around, making sure there was no fault. He stopped again as wit hone twirl around the huge circle. He stopped at the slowly moving Travis again, who seemed to have been struggling to get up for some time. It was great timing, as Joe was there to help him up. So, hero, imagine my surprise, my honor to have known such a kind soul that I accepted as my brother, my best friend. He and his dog, they always gave me hope when things seemed so dark. He paused again as he straightened out his own personal attire, as Travis was regaining his composure by pulling on the material that Joe was offering. He got to his feet now, face to face. Joe the sorcerer, eyes still the newer color, versus the weakened and determined Travis. King Solomon. Travis, with his incoherences, didn't waste time as he lifted his weapon and tried to strike the powerful being down. Of course, Joe was all beat a counter, and with his own crowbar disarm Travis and strike him down one in a fast motion, right across his face, similar to a Bruce Lee move Travis dropped again, fully unconscious. Joe looked around at the eyes staring at him from the shadows, looking for applause. Mark only looked at him, still confused, as Joe smiled, tossed Travis's weapon to the near distance. He snatches Travis's lifeless body and dragged him near the circle. Mark was still silent as Joe continued on. He leaned down first as he picked up the fabled dark book of myth, huge and medieval looking, dark brown in color, due to the darkened area they both were in. Rugged metallic material was also seen. Mark witnessed something truly dark in nature as Joe began to read certain enchantments from the pages, lighting up his eyes more now. Borderline bright pink, now. As from Mark's perspective, he had headlights for eyes. As he read the hidden speech, Mark started to hear growls and loud petrified screams, ricocheting off of all directions within the basement. Mark was helpless, looking around from his wooden and some metal restraints, as Joe continued on louder, now pointing to the X symbol in the middle of the circle. Upon doing so, still reading, the symbol had lit up, causing a decent bright light, like the Las Vegas Strip in the crypt of the desolated house. Mark covered his eyes, like the nurses on the front lawn. The royalty all around was in deep, quite deep trouble. Mark's eyes slowly adjusted as he was witnessing the dark ritual from the light. Joe from the Book of the Unnamed had single-handedly opened up a rift, a portal from the other side, from what Mark could see and remember from his own religious research he had done at one time. It was neither heaven nor hell, but thick black. The bright light was the power from the spell that was cast. The inside of the now opened portal was thickened black, like sludge of sorts. Wet with the absence of complete light, Joe stood directly in front of it, still reading now. He points to the portal again. Suddenly, the atmosphere became an intense wind tunnel, but instead of blowing out and through them, this black portal represented a black hole, causing the debris that was holding Mark down to be flung off as it was sucked into the portal. Loud splashing sounds was the sound effect through the high-pitched vacuum that this particular door was displaying. Mark lowered his body more to have a piece of the earth to hold on to. He continued to watch Joe, who was on fully evil sorcerer mode. Now, instead of a pointer finger and reading from the book, his bright eyes only looked into the void, then with the same hand opened up his palm. Roar! A loud grizzly bear style of monster was heard from the watery other side. The wind halted, giving Mark Smith his needed time to recover his strength, watching what he thought he would never see. The type of stuff that would change a man's true perspective of what he thinks is real or not in life. The type of stuff horror movies nor games can illustrate till you see it. As from the portal, a demon of unrealistic physical portions stuck its claw out, soaking wet, big and bulky. Its nails looked reminiscent of a broken beer bottle, sharper than metal though. As this monster made his physical debut, the same material his nails were made out of were also his huge bottomed feet, scratching and clawing up the ground. He wasn't a giant, but he was huge. He walked forward to Joe and stopped. Joe then merely pointed at Travis and spoke in a weird dialect. Either way, you could see it. This particular monster understood the way Joe spoke it. It was an order, a part of the scary ritual, a nasty step that Travis had to play a bigger part in. As the monster walked over, then picked up the lifeless Travis and started to walk back to the black portal. Joe smiled, as the unspoken rule of this part was of what you can imagine. A soul for a soul, Joe said out loud, as he stood still watching as the villain of his particular life being carried away back to the afterlife. A place, I am sure, whence he will get torn apart, or even eaten, as the dead things will thirst for the life presence that would be around them. Instinctively, they would want to rectify things. Joe's revenge was at hand, just by standing still. The demon stopped for a moment as he lifted up his big hoof and placed it into the void. The splashing sound awoke Travis of his blunt, forced sleep. His fear and struggle to survive took over as he then kicked and bucked to escape. But the demon's huge arm squeezed harder as he continued on, inward, back home. You son of a bitch. Fuck you, Joe. I will get you. I am not scared. Huh? The slow repeat, as now the void was on Travis's body, sucking him in slowly. Travis had reached out to the wall, trying to fight till the last moment. His eyes had closed in fear, with his head being the last portion. He glared over to Travis, as now in the moment his strength was fading. He gave Travis a smirk, screaming out, "You're the new king now," as he let go, being fully digested into the afterlife. Purgatory. Mark stunned, comprehending what he just saw. Travis Lasky is dead. Mark then, with adrenaline coursing through his tired veins, finally got on his feet, staring at the evil Joe. His strength was rapidly returning as the feeling of this being beyond wrong, with witnessing his friend dying in front of him, propelled his hero stats to a whole new level. Finally, you come out to play Mark. You're next. You see, that's part of the ritual. A reborn soul has to ingest the balance of good and evil energies. Travis was the evil. You're the perfect good. Soon as the last word was muttered from the evil sorcerer, another noise was heard from within the void. Both men looked in quickly, as even to Joe, something was off. A loud noise was heard like a battle cry from within, from a man, not a monster. Joe was speechless as he knew all too well of that voice. He stood still, as did Mark, looking on, as from the void, a huge man dove out of the realm, splashing onto the basement floor, sliding near the two men like a slip and slide. More noises was starting to be heard from the hole, as Mark screamed for understanding from Joe to close the portal. Joe, overwhelmed from a job well done, didn't even blink at the order given to him from Mark. He picked up the book and read again, closing the portal, and systematically making things dark again, as Joe ran to the naked, slimy body of his old best friend, Hugh Maine reborn, remade, brought back from his torment of the other side. Joe stood over him for a moment as Hugh was trying to breathe slowly, the air that wasn't full of spiritual energy. The darkness gone, only the faint glow of Ouija board style of candlelight lighting up his entire body. Joe hunkered down to his knees, to the obese man's side, looking at him being overcome with positive emotions, as he started to recall the past memories of he and Goober. Almost happy tears started to stream, as he wrapped his hands around the fallen Hugh, regaling him with the happy past. Hugh, big dog, hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Back? Back from where? Hugh's incoherentness was started to surface. It was almost perhaps a mental block into his new human body, from whence he came. He opened his eyes gently as he looked into the welcoming eyes of Joe Gano. A familiar face, of not family or a loved one, but the effect of welcoming was there all the same. Little Joey? Hugh said with a confident tone. Joe smiled again, as a sense of fulfillment rushed over him, as his hands, that was around Hugh's head, brought him up slowly to his chest and hugged him tight. Mark was stunned in the change of dynamic. As he started to seize the possible exit routes, he saw the old steps, thinking of the quickened speed that he had in the tank to run up, grab Holly, and run out to the front yard and alert the others. Then he looked at the crowbar and thought of going toe-to-toe with a very evil and very powerful Harry Potter type, beating him half to death, not before considering the resurrected former peer that Mark had faintly remembered one faithful summer years back. He could be a zombie or something, a silly thing in his mind, but he couldn't think logically. His mindset was GTA. As he then started to think of a third option, when a gut-punching circumstance leveled the entire setting, as from the darkness, a loud snappy bark and whine was heard, as Fido came trotting slowly onto the scene, causing all three men to look directly at him. With the most prized expressions, Hugh pushed off his wizard with ease, staring at the beagle as though he was a red ruby, a cash cow, or in Hugh's case, an old best friend, the only friend that he loved and died next to in the end. Hugh started to become adolescent as he did in life, dropping to his knees again, to become harmless to the K9, like he did to Goober when he was a puppy. It was though mentally, the ogre of a man went back in time, reliving his happiest moment. The debut of Goober when he was a puppy. He started streaming happy tears as he started to visualize this particular dog was Goober, not understanding of the ramifications of what happened 5 years ago. He reached out to try and pet the hound, instead was met with a jumping snap from Fido upon Hugh's extended palm. "Ow, shit!" Hugh let out in a mere yelp. He looked at his hand, automatically assessing the damage that was caused from the little dog. Hugh was amazed as the crimson red that he thought was going to witness gush out his hand like a normal person was a crazy, dirty aqua blue that quickly disappeared as if nothing ever occurred. Hugh's eyes became bigger as he looked at Joe, who shared his expression. "What's going on with me, Joe?" Joe walked over to Hugh, who was still looking at his hand. He started to bring him up to speed of what had transpired from then till now, within the darkened 5-year span. "Hugh, I have brought you back from the dead dude. I brought you back from the realm of purgatory by using a black magic book from the bottom of Black Agatha's cauldron, the Book of the Unnamed." Upon speaking the very name, Hugh suddenly snapped and snatched Joe up by his neck, crackling his windpipes, lifting him directly up in the air. The first time ever Mark had witnessed the essence of pure fear in Joe's eyes. Joe wrapped his own hands around the tree trunk of an arm, pleading out loud to the Revenant. "Oh, what? You took Black Agatha's book? Hugh, please. I was desperate. I missed you, man. You died wrongly. You remember the smiler? Riaz." Hugh's eyes then turned red, like Joe's did minutes prior, as he then released Joe and let out a god-awful roar, instantly triggering Mark's fight-of-flight response, speeding out to the dog, snatching him up, and running quickly upstairs. When he reached the top of the staircase, he could scarcely hear Hugh cry out for Fido, but instead of calling him by his name, he identified the smaller pooch as his beloved Goober, as that was the name he screamed. Mark didn't look back as he allowed his speed to guide him so. Dodging and ducking to look for Holly, he halted, crying out for his best friend. She answered with a minor groan. He and Fido ran over to retrieve her rather quickly, as a more of a rumble started to surface on their current level. "What the shit is going on, Mark?" she asked, as she was trying to gain her wellness from the concussion toss of the spiritual demon she encountered. No time I got the dog running, as with his free arm, as the other was holstering the overweight service animal. All three party members hightailed it to the front door. Seeing Shara Corey and a down, now coherent, Peter, all three of them raised to their respective feet, caught off guard by the sudden commotion the house was giving, as from their own mutual perspectives, the house still remained a eerie quiet till now, alarming them even more of what truly transpired out of there. Sight on the inside, Shara and Corey, with Peter, met the two remaining persons from their group with opened arms, as with a faint, intense bark, Fido leapt out of Mark's grasp and into the welcoming hands of the royalty's resident Goth. It was a bitter-sweet reunion, to say the least, as all persons couldn't enjoy that pure Disney moment, as despite being in the front yard, the house shook the entire property. Mark instantly took the helm, as he had the need to do so, not accounting of the daring last words one Travis L. just gave him before he was sucked into the blackened portal. "Come on, we got to go." "What's going on?" Shara cried out, as did Corey with the same question. Holly went silent, awaiting an answer to. All eyes immediately fell to Mark. Peter looked around, making the secondary, shocking observation, bringing up the sacrificial lamb. "Where is Travis? Didn't he go in with you guys?" Both best friends, both looked eager and wanting the piece of information in regards to Shara's primed beloved, his survival rate of the adventure he embarked on with them just a short time ago. Mark looked at Holly, signaling the bad news look, the quickened one look that a person gives before they drop the news. The news that no one wants to hear. Holly became speechless, tearing up slowly, looking at the ground and back at Shara. Shara picked up on the definition of her body, the silent words forming, the silent sadness building up before the final break of loud, intense tears to be shed. She herself started to tear up, slowly acknowledging her boyfriend's passing. Corey gave in to her best friend duties and held on to her. The ground started to shake once more, rapidly bringing the group out of the mourned moment for their leader. "Keys! Is there a spare Shara?" Mark boomed out of excitement to try and get people to safety. Shara bent over, being held up by the second set of arms, was blocking out the question, focusing on her own pain of her lost love, longing to believe that it was a ruse. Corey tried to snap her out of it, out of the betterment of the group. Mark repeated, but louder. Still no answer. The ground now fully shaking, Mark tried to run over to the truck to consider a hot wire trick, as he's seen in many movies. Peter followed with Fido hot on his heels. Soon as the men hit the truck to get in, a loud, thunderous strike struck the truck with them in it, breaking the windshield, then denting the hood of the truck dead in the middle, systematically damaging the engine to mere pieces beneath the truck. Peter, Fido, and Mark got out quickly to observe the damage that was done to their escape vehicle, to their shock, when their sneakers as well as paws graced the surface of the driveway. The ground had stopped shaking, as it seemed a forceful response had halted the experience like a volcano that has erupted, as the evidence was all too obvious, as the rest of the royalty near and far around the truck saw the same crowbar from Travis's truck was penetrated like a javelin. Mark knew of the person capable of showing off such power. From what he encountered from the basement, he quickly looked around. "Goober!" the loud death moan of the now enraged, up to speed, borderline demonic, now clothed, Hugh screamed from the front door. Shara and Corey pelted such loud blood-curdling screams in Hugh's direction, due to his facial features and his image trying to be covered up by mere clothing. Hugh was staring a hole into Mark's direction as he stepped out from the front door, seemingly on a mission perhaps to complete the ritual, gain vengeance against his killers, to lastly hold on to Goober again, allowing the world to just go to hell all over again. That's all unaware, of course, to the greater majority. You would have to be stupid, however, not to read that checklist from the undead expression Hugh was making as he was marching to Mark and Peter, his eyes fixating on the pending bloodlust. Shara and Corey ran off to the road behind them, from the zombie embarking into their personal territory, leaving Holly and Peter and Mark to contend with the coming behemoth. Holly quickly ran to grab Mark, leaving Peter and Fido to follow suit close behind, as they were in Hugh's crosshairs. As the Scooby gang that was running from the chasing fiend, they can hear Joe's voice scream from the front door, orders to Hugh, now fully realizing again the situation evolving the way it has, sending the fear even more real down and up their young spines, as all three persons now was running knees to chest top speed. Kill them, big dog. Kill them all. Kill Mark Smith. Complete the ritual. I shall fetch your smilers. The stunning storyline laid out. Hugh's current success to be has now been reveled. Now, to the current teens, survival was there, access of succession. Into the darkness they left. The property, with the dead man close behind on their hells, summoned and hungry, up to speed on what has to be done. So, you mean to tell me that a harmless old fat guy who loved his dog is now back as a bloodthirsty slasher, wanting to kill us? Why? Peter asked, trying to savor his own endurance. Magik, Mark muttered, as he was too busy leading the charge into the upcoming house, dead in front of them. The only house within the suitable area that looked okay to hide out in. All three of them started to book it to the house. Mark looked back only once to see if the gargantuan was hot on their trail or not. He wasn't, as it was nothing but early morning air, as all three young persons had noticed the peak of sunlight starting to ascend to the sky above their hometown. A small feeling of hope started to course through their pores as Mark, Holly, then Peter, with Fido, soared inward to the house, hiding immediately within the darkness. All three party members took individual lookout points, standing silent, standing watch for the fear. Meanwhile, from the completely opposite side of the ruined neighborhood, Shara and Corey found their refuge in a half-demolished house, hiding behind some battered coaches, both young women praying for someone to help them escape from their confines. Corey, I scared. This is no good. I really don't want to die. I know me either, Shara. Especially not in this broke-ass town, in this broke-ass neighborhood that once was. Both women are meeting their current danger situation quite adequately, until suddenly a loud thunderous crack outside hushed them rather quickly. They didn't move. They became frozen. Frozen in time. Frozen for survival, as Shara and Corey only looked at each other, listening to the sound of the heavy breathing, the thunderous, singular drawback of boots, pacing now within their own domain. As he finally made his debut to them, instead of giving the other group chase, Hugh had entered Shara and Corey's location, hungry and thirsty for blood, as his glass-like eyes was searching, dragging now Travis's old crowbar as of now has become his weapon of choice. Hugh used the crowbar as though it was his new best friend of sorts. As his intelligence became aware to the trembling teens, he seemed to be searching for, as he started to look behind rusted and rotten doorways to other various places near them, as loud crashing was heard. Cher and Corey didn't move, but mentally had summoned a prayer within them, as they didn't want to be under the boot heel of this monster reborn. Clothed now and swinging his weapon, Hugh had no singular thoughts going through his head, besides of what he was told from the now distant Joe Gano. Kill them all. Kill Mark Smith. Complete the ritual. A not too hard thing to accomplish on the basic side of things. What fueled Hugh here now to carry out this bloodlustful side of him that he didn't display in his previous life was the basic fact of what it seemed to be that Joe promised him to be reunited with Goober. To Hugh, as it did in his previous life, nothing mattered besides Goober to him. The same principle applied to this moment as he was searching. He would do anything to be reunited with Goober, despite the constant ID crisis he has when he looks at Fido. Dogs are indeed a man's best friend in this life, and the next after this one. He reaches a piece of furniture nearby, spooking Corey to cause a minimal clatter, drawing the monster closer to their direction. Hugh stopped moving, as like a bloodhound saw the noise from the other side of the room, staring at two vacant couches. Hugh's hunter instincts took over as he raised his crowbar. The two girls must have sensed the dread of the incoming danger. Now, their breathing that was slow and steady, hidden to a fault. Now sporadic, novice to a fault. They huddled together, believing that would indeed save them, as it did, many times over in the past, from various other situations. You were indeed my best friend, Shara. I love you. The gentle whisper the best friend said to the other in a final whisper. As it seemed, she knew in the rapidly approaching moment that she was about to reach her end, along with Shara, who whispered back something polar opposite. Shut up, Corey. We will make it. As Shara slowly felt courageous, slowly moving her head to an opening to see the precise location of the beast. Shara felt brave in the moment. Shara felt as though, in the pending conclusion of just her and Corey, that she was to be the hero, allowing her Russian defiance to death come raging to the surface, the whole inner warrior belief. What she just failed to realize is the quickness a reborn, motivated and cold person who stopped caring about beliefs long time ago could do, armed with the sharp, extremely heavy crowbar could be. Indeed, a different grim reaper of sorts for sure. Too bad for Shara, she never understood that. As Hugh, with a run of speed, seeing the young long hair that lead to a young female forehead, brought his crowbar up and down in a thunderous motion, allowing the curved side with its rounded but sharp metal teeth upon the tool to be buried deep within Shara's head, cracking her skull instantly, allowing a loud pop to be heard, penetrating her brain, dying instantly. Corey screamed her final blood scream, seeing her best friend meet her end to the extent that she did. Hugh leaned over to glee at his next victim, as with both hands he pulled his weapon from the bloodied stump. Corey instantly tried to get up and run, but Hugh, with his ungodly might, swung the crowbar into Corey's side, her ribs taking the impact, using again that same curved notion of the weapon that had just ended her best friend, now dug into her own flesh, past the ribs, breaking them. Corey yelled out wildly, "No, come here!" Hugh screamed, as he then threw Corey's entire young body into the air, to lastly into an old closet of the living room of wherein they were. Corey was lifeless, as blood started to gurgle from her mouth, streaming up inside her body at the base of her intestines, all starting from the puncture point that Hugh's crowbar. She was indeed dying slow. She couldn't fight, nor escape like she wanted to. Tears of regret started to stream over Field of Wiesen as certain moments of her young entitled life started to stream over her. In a moment was stopped, however, with Hugh standing over her, holding onto that bloodied weapon. Corey started to be filled up with fear once again in her final moments. No one learns, Hugh said as he lifted his crowbar up again, this time in a stabbing motion, brought the end piece down into the Adam's apple of the now dead girl. He pulled it back out with a loud squishy sound. He only stood over her for a moment till he realized an object nearby the body. Not just any object, an object from his previous life, the one life he was propelled to go back to, with he and Goober, as a thick blackened dog muzzle was laying near the glassy eyes of the recently deceased. Hugh was overcome by positive curiosity as he reached down and picked it up to examine it. He smirked again as he remembered Goober's first time in the attempt of a muzzle. It didn't take. He knew in a state of mind then, in a weird sort of dedication, he would honor his beloved canine even more, as with a faint action, placed the black muzzle on his face, wrapping the restraints tightly on the back of his head. Hugh felt like the truest monster outside of the old school slasher movies he and his two brothers used to binge watch as kids. He allowed then the evil to course through his mind, his soul, allowing the utter emptiness feeling consume him, yet made him hungry for more, as now fully clothed, fully armed, he knew he had to search for Mark Smith. Part 4. He walked out of the front door into the mid-morning break. No more darkness to hide in or lurk. No suitable place of concealment of other nearby eyes to gaze upon the resurrected body of one who they used to know, dressed with his familiar hoodie, black and worn as pieces of the fabric seemed to have been used to the nub, the hood merely draped over his head like a crown of sorts, as the newly found dog muzzle was his mask. Another noticeable attire, quality to boost, was the biker Equay style of vest he donned zipped up, dead on the middle of his body with the boots belonging to Ian, his eldest brother. I suppose when Hugh was deceased, Joe must have stole a few key pieces of clothing, for when he was to pull this off, Hugh was to be dressed with things he remembered. But the attire, despite the minor sentiment that there was behind such creations, the fact remains that Hugh can be now seen in broad daylight. He walked into the nearby brush, of wherein, according to his mind, was some familiar territory. Fresh on the hunt to Mark Smith, suddenly, though, much to Hugh's surprise, a familiar sound touched his earlobes. Not just any sound, but a sound from the other side. He stopped what he was doing. He looked around, ready to take on what he had to take on. He braced himself for the pending danger, but was startled, however, to discover it was the ghost of Goober. Hugh instantly shed his evil mind and dropped his crowbar and buckled at his undead knees as he reached out to Goober, like he used to when he was alive. Goober, too, whined and was wagging his ghostly tail at the trait his master was performing. It brought both parties at an emotional stand, still wishing and wanting that old life. Their life. The one when it was just them, and them alone, with the outside world around them, but their own atmosphere. day to day. Now, sadly they're now. Both have met their end. One, however, was gone, while the other had helped to be given another opportunity. Hugh started to have tears of joy, as despite his hands going through the canine astral body, he remembered Goober's fur, the coarseness of it with how it felt on his hands. Then, leaning his head over to allow it to rest upon the slightly large head of Goober, remember the slightly warm feeling his forehead would give to his own, but couldn't now. Is it over truly, my best friend? Can you come back? Hugh asked in a monotone, tearful happiness tone. Figuring his bloodlust was done, Goober sat back up now, merely looking at Hugh whining and trying to paw at him. Hugh looked confused and shocked at Goober's body language. It was though he was communicating, in his own way, the singular word of no. Hugh looked down for a moment then, looking back up at his best friend. With tears still strolling down his face, he asked another question, is what I am doing truly right? Goober instantly tilted his head in a cute way, wagging his tail still. Hugh smirked underneath the muzzle he was wearing, seeing the non-responsive whine, not even a bark to showcase displeasure or anything. Hugh was relived in a small sense of the intent of what he still had to do, was indeed okay. From his best friend's perspective, Hugh rose up again, now feeling rejuvenated, allowing that feeling he just achieved to welcome him back once more, as with a final look to his ghostly dog, he said this, my sweet Bubba, then I shall do the work that was asked. I shall complete the tasks. Joe will read the book. Then we both will make them pay for the lives they took. Goober whined once more, staring up at his master with such glassy eyes, tilting his head. Hugh nods and lowers his hand to pat the ghostly head of Goober, staring back to the opened trail he was to embark upon to get to Mark Smith that much faster. He starts to walk as that feeling of that familiar welcome propelled him to venture on. Goober, fading away, watching his master embark on the evil he had to do in order to bring him back. A sad scene, to say the least. Focused and hidden now, in the early morning now, with darkness permanently behind him, Hugh had made it to the checkpoint, to observe at a distance the final hideout of where Mark Smith, Holly W., and Peter Enron had found safety in. Hugh's surprises continued, however, as he saw a police car in the driveway. Listen, Officer Wright, I get how this sounds, but our parents wouldn't have sent you if they didn't trust you enough to not take this story. We are telling you seriously. Holly Wolverton had explained to the, now, elder cop of the neighborhood's troubled past, as his former youth and novice tactics had smoothed out with suitable experience, with his face showcasing the difference as well, with a singular goatee and no longer clean-shaven. Only former residents of this community would remember the cop that went personally door to door that day, the day before the murders of Hugh and Goober. Officer Wright, the fabled new player, introduced to the dwindling game that was in the midst of reaching its coming conclusion. He stood there processing all of this, staring at the scared, out-minded teenagers, who, as he studied, were wet, dirty, covered, from head to toe, in cuts and scraps. Officer Wright studied the canvas of the area, his hands both hanging off of his bulletproof vest he was wearing. The word police, highlighted in its traditional, all white, with black letters, crinkled in a sense as his grip from his hands had made it so. He began to ask the traditional police style of questions when they arrive on the scene, trying to put two and two together to make the situation they were entering was making sense, as well as to see if there was indeed any crime broken. So, If I understand you guys right, you guys were illegally drinking, okay? Then drove to an abandoned neighborhood synonymous with the town's one and only black eye, for the simple reason of participating in some sort of black magic with a Jogano who was resurrecting Humane. That's right, sir, Mark added. Officer Wright raised his finger to already hush Mark from talking more as he still had more to the story. To recap before the present predicament, Mark obeyed. So you, Mr. Smith, as well as a Mr. Lasky, all went in to investigate, with Shara and Corey awaiting outside with a downed, then Mr. Enron over here, to not participate, but to find that glorious pooch over there of Mr. Enron's. Correct. Both persons now said, conjoined like, standing side by side, Mark and Holly. The finger was raised again. Both obeyed the officer. Peter was nearby holding on to his pooch tightly. Upon doing so, according to Mr. Smith, all three of you were attacked by a mystical black creature who flung you three all around, sending you, Mr. Mark Smith, to the very pit of the basement through the floorboards of the living room. Hence, when through the rubble, you witnessed the black magic ritual carried out, witnessing again Mr. Gano sacrifice Mr. Lasky to a demon. Then hence one, Mr. Humane had jumped through a black portal back out to you guys. Yep, Mark said in a sad monotone, remembering Travis's last words before he was sucked up into that void. The officer then walked closer to Holly, with Mark a close second next to her. From there, as this story has it, a bloodlustful resurrected man has to kill Mr. Smith over here, kill you all as well in the process, then finally find some justice for his own death into looking for the Smiler Riaz, before he can be reunited with his beloved dog, Goober. Is that the story you all are sticking with? Yes, all three now said at once. A joint adventure indeed. The officer smiled and stumbled back a tad, looking around the scene around him once more, thinking, seeing, analyzing, breathing in the cold air of the now beautiful day. He stares out from a nearby window overlooking the entire wooden scene that particular neighborhood possessed. Officer Wright was trying to find the right way to see, thinking plainly of the concept of what he was indeed hearing. Another non-believer, a true customary of a person to be, before they experience the turmoil the royalty has endured. He turns back around slowly, looking at the awaiting group. He smiles. The group's entire stomach lining drops together, as it was the one-of-a-kind cop smile. The type of smile that will tell you what you want to hear, just make things go smoother. In this case being that he was the only cop to respond to this particular call. A mere favor that was granted. Nothing official. Okay, pups. This is how we are going to handle this particular instance. There wasn't no gate on the front entrance of this particular development, okay? But this particular piece of land is considered private, okay? So you all are simply trespassing, which would mean that I would escort you all off this particular property. No questions asked. No one gets in trouble. But where this will go south is that 3 of your friends haven't been accounted for, which means big trouble, which means, pups, that we are not going anywhere. I am going back to my car, getting on the horn with my dispatch to let them know to reach out to your parents individually to start summoning their lawyers to meet you guys at the precinct. You all might be arrested. Officer Wright's last words before following through with his spoken blueprint of how things were going to turn out, leaving their presence, strolling back out to his squad car, leaving Peter, Mark, and Holly with Fido, of course, alone to feel relived. that despite the harsh truth the police, as well as their parents, are to believe, they were going to make it, survive, make it well into their respective lives to witness old age, feeling forever humbled, until a loud shrieking voice now interrupted their calm state of mind. Well, excuse me, I don't want to interrupt. Joe's sinister entrance from the background to the main picture was something truly extraordinary. All three survivors huddled together, but surrounding him at the same time. Joe's colors to his own outfit, his eyes all changed, as though that mere book that he still held so tight to his chest even now was systematically changing him. Joe, you need to stop this now. You got what you want. Hugh is back. No more lives have to be taken. Right? Holly's plea of peace rang on deaf ears, as despite her inexperience into the supernatural, like Mark, her fulfillment was enough. Joe looked at her with a smirk, as he then did to Peter and Mark, sporting their own sad, scared faces of what comes next. Well, despite Holly of your pleas, I must admit that I can't just fold my hands and listen. To add on a personal note, I never would have thought you would be so fearful of the unknown, unknown being death. But, on a pressing matter, Mark, now the other two, focus on their hero though, as did Joe. He looked as though he was about to proceed with his normal rant about the ritual as such, until he looked out the narrow doorway. From his perspective, to see the familiar colors of public service gracing their presence upon the rusted and broken up doorstep of the party palace they all were currently in. I see we have a new player. I would assume it's Officer Wright, right? He always was such a pleasure around these parts before, after Hugh's tragic passing. I mean, rumor has it that he was almost let go by the department, since he was the last official one to see Hugh alive. They kind of almost blamed him for being linked up with the Smiler, Riaz Crazy. Joe's explanation brought some wide eyes to the room for sure, Mark included. Not Holly, though, as she looked down in shame. Mark looked over at her, feeling the disappointment radiating off of her, feeling her joined history with the officer, as Officer Wright had more of an influence into her family than his. He then looked back at Joe, who was relishing in that knowledge, continuing his triad. Well, I see you kids decided to bring some backup here into this dwindling game that Hugh, as myself, will win. So, it's only fair that we switch things up a pitch. Me and Hugh got places to go, people to see, as he then looked at the pages of the book and started to read once more, reciting a certain incantation of weird dialects. It sent the three teens and the pooch into a worry, as within the air, strange scent was lingering, like a skunk of sorts. Then, the ground beneath them started to shake a little, to finally shake the police car that was out front with the seasoned officer inside. The car lifted up only a meter off the ground before it slammed again with a thunderous intent. Oh shit, Officer Wright screamed out, going for the ride, taking the abuse as his chariot came crashing back down. Everyone ran out to check upon him, leaving Joe Gano all alone to just stroll slowly from the background to near the front to catch the full view. Joe kicked out his door to see the damage that whatever that was caused. He was unable to speak of the volume of crazy things would spew out of his mouth from running in his mind. Well, do you see now, Mr. Dispatch? Peter said rudely and comically to the now experienced player in this cat and mouse game. Yes, indeed, Officer Wright, a.k.a. Officer Drake. Right, do you see? Joe cackled like a good witch does. Quickly, without hesitation, Officer Wright unsheaths his weapon from his holster and aims it at Joe. shouting the magic one-liner. All policemen and women shout, "Freeze." A split-second reaction as his falsehood that he believed rather than their story they had told him poured away. As their story of black magic and backyard warlocks was all too real, he trembled a bit as a childhood trauma that he suppressed was slowly coming to the surface. Joe must have sensed it as he was relishing this newer player to the equation. "What's wrong, Piggy Pie? No balls to shoot? What? Yeah, come on, Drake. Your body cam's not on. Pull the trigger on this helpless Latino boy who you just gunned down in cold blood." Joe laid out a bad political angle that was both tragic and correct in some cases, as from one perspective would be justice as from the many eyes of the helpless damsels that was now hoping upon Drake Wright's every considerable move, his actions would be justified. The other too noticeable to allow people like Joe to get away for a win. No one there was a fan of option 2, so they felt it was option 1 for them. Joe cackled on like he always did, descending the steps in front of the posse, feeling invincible. "So Joe Gano, I presume?" "That's right. Piggy Pie, the one and only." Officer Drake Wright had the weird young man's head dead in the middle of his iron crosshairs. "You brought back Humane, too?" "Yep. Another 1 barometer." "Ha ha. You are a riot." "Okay." The final answer is said when Drake automatically started to fire. Bam, bam, bam. Joe gets shot back from the force delivered into his exposed, unprotected chest from the amount of G-forces of the bullets. He slammed into the steps. Officer Wright walked a post slowly, still pointing his weapon at the fallen foe. Peter, Mark, and Holly walked up slowly as well, all looking at each other. Emotions heightened up, unaware how to answer the next question they all would have to answer, as all bodies surround the downed corpse, to really see rather, or not, he was indeed dead. "I am no riot maker," he said in a low-toned reply to the now bleeding-out corpse with his eyes shut. Officer Wright, why in the hell did you do that?" Mark asked. "Welp, evil needs to be stopped, right? In every story, there has to be a moment that happens to stop evil." Holly and Peter came to the subtle conclusion that perhaps Officer Wright lead on more than he wanted to know. The smell had commenced of the body's decomposition. As fluids and other parts start showing the ooze effect, giving the real identity of Joe Gano's unfortunate death, Officer Drake Wright turned away from the body, placing his weapon back in its holster on his side. He went back to survey the damage to his squad car, hoping for a suitable remedy. So far, due to his under-the-radar swearing, as well as kicking his beloved chariot, that answer wasn't sought. Guys, did he really have to kill Joe like that? Shouldn't he have at least considered about turning him in? Holly asked privately to her other 2 friends. "Hell no. I am glad he dropped that guy. Holly, that nutbag there, collecting flies, brought back a crazy dude, wielding a crowbar, coming after us, just so he can see a pooch he could have just picked up from the local shelter." Peter's ignorant plea stirred the ears of the officer. He turned around quickly, stomping back into the group of 3, with the most angry outburst you could imagine. "Listen, sir, I know why you are so scared, okay? I do. That tends to drive a lot of topics off the rails at times. But what you will not do now is to degrade verbal assault, nor physically assault K9s in my presence, including that pooch. Is that understood?" "No problem, Captain," Peter said sarcastically as he held on tighter to Fido. "Sir, what is the plan now?" Mark finally spoke back up, being the residential superhero of the group. "Well, Mr. Smith, I have minimal battery life left on my personal radio here, so we have to hike back up near the entrance of this place, and well hope my cell service can be picked up long enough dispatch can trace the call to this location. Got it. Yeah, let's go, Holly said too, as Peter followed suit in a close proximity. All four persons started to jog, the full 2 football yard distance to the front entrance from their precise location. When they left, however, Hugh had approached to see Joe dead and cold on the ground. His anger through his mask was reigniting high levels of energy as his inner emotions of protection and family alike started to seethe and jolt an inner power within him. As with a thunderous strike to the ground from his weapon he still was carrying, the ground opened up into a minor hole. He started to feel remorse and grief all over again, as he did with Goober's Ghostman's prior. He felt helpless, alone, and confused onto how to proceed next. Like a bobber just bouncing upon the water with no fishing line attached to it, or the menacing hook underneath, lingering but constantly in motion. His story was constantly rotating at a high speed within his mind, from his start of his life, to his death, to lastly, his rebirth, to now. Hugh was searching for answers, until, Big Dog, a low groan was heard from behind him. The voice of Joe Gono lingered as he sensed perhaps his spirit lingered unable to pass on. Hugh looked around quickly to see the source of the groan, much to his personal liking at the time. It was indeed Joe, who was walking up the street to him from Ian's house with an almost cocky strut. Hugh looked confused, studying his young warlock best friend from the past. A difference was indeed felt. Joe looked cleaner and more lean than his old body that still remained bloated and weak, frail. Hugh stood silent as his best friend closed the gap, filling him in on what was truly transpiring. Sorry Big Dog had to scare you at least once. You see, kind of had a minor upgrade. I kind of ingested some of the pages of the old book, stashing it away for safekeeping. The dark magic in that body gave me the power to make this body you see before you. I just wanted enough stamina to help you succeed at your mission, and those bastards with them smilers. Joe smiled at Hugh, as Hugh smirked through his mask, nodding massively at this newer, stronger-looking brethren in his cause. At a suitable distance, they both can hear the light commotion of the group trying to summon more help to their doorstep. Joe cackled again, as Hugh did neither, besides raising the crowbar at chest level. Well, we have no more time to chit-chat, Hugh. We got to make you whole and strong as well. Let's go talk to old Mark, huh? Joe then, with a jolt of magic from his fingertips, merely touched Hugh's closet shoulder to him, sending him within seconds nearby. The group's location, hiding near the off-forest, watching, surveying his next reasonable move to make in this final attempt of making himself truly whole again. He turns a bit to his left to see Joe, there standing still with his arms crossed, watching himself. Proud. Hugh looks again, as he notices Officer Wright retrieve his cell phone, trying to point it up and around to find some sort of cell service. Holly looks around to see the lingering threat that remained. Peter seemed to carry on a stale arguments of sorts with Mark, while still holding on to his pooch of emotional support. Listen, Mark, we cannot wait any longer here for the cavalry. We have what we have, and that's it. Calm down, Peter. Hold on to Fido a bit tighter. He is already purple. Sarcasm. Really. Guys, shut your mouth. I think we are being watched. We need to go. Holly chimed in to the bickering between non-blood siblings. as she finally caught the odd eyes of the now standing Hugh. Her tone and fear was felt into one single embodiment. As Peter and Mark displayed similar outlooks, they froze, as now Hugh sensed their eyes, with their tunnel vision, trudged rather quickly over. Officer Wright, still struggling to find service, had no clue of the incoming, undead and powerful threat, as the powerful sunlight gave a great visual outlook from the dirtied weapon of choice glisten of sorts. As from behind the group, the sunshine shines like an eternal flame upon the metal that the very weapon was made out of. It gave Hugh a god complex, at the same time gave a great indicator to gain the attention of the struggling hero, the backup, Officer Wright. No time to think, he jumped over at the right moment as Hugh raised his crowbar to bring it down on Peter's forehead. His big body in mid-motion performed the domino effect as Peter over ricocheted off each other, of his friends shooting backwards into an opened space, allowing the good cop to take the hit with a thunderous ping. He takes the hit tolerably after his pain threshold took the force. He immediately gets up to do battle with the terror that remained, as he had his two hands upon the monster's own two hands, trying his hardest to restrain him. Go call went through. Hide, they're coming. Chilling one-word answers in the regards to the other cavalry arriving. Mark signaled to the other ones now to follow him back into the same battleground of whence they were, holding out till other big guns arrived. Drake Wright took it upon himself to continue to do battle with this giant of a dead man, figuring it was a long-lost dream of his to have a showdown of good versus evil. What he didn't understand during this preteen moment was the severity he was to face by himself as the teens escaped their sight. Yes, the good officer was a fit individual. Yes, the officer also had dangerous weapons that would kill any normal person. To help maintain their normal duties, they would continue day in and day out. All factors, I am sure, when they are factored into the equation, he would grow up idolizing from numerous action movies. He would be victorious and walk into the sunset, the quote-unquote hero. Sadly, though, from what he was too soon realize in this certain moment, there was indeed a different reality at play, as this wasn't a movie. A movie of those rules existing was that of make-believe, as the newer reality that the evacuated teenagers faced early on paid dividends to Hugh's favor, as with a flicker of his aggravation, he debuted his undead rage, merely bending his left hand, breaking the officer's left wrist, automatically leaving one arm opened for offense from him, and one less of defense from Officer Wright. Hugh, in the heat of battle, used that same hand and wrapped his cold palm around the Adam's apple of his opposition. The impact made Drake's head snap back as he was defenseless of the pending attack from the crowbar-swinging madman. Hugh squeezed tighter around Drake's neck, suffocating him a tad to allow his one good arm that was holding Hugh's crowbar hand away to drop, as his labored breathing was his only source of fuel to hold up such a burden. With that air way closed off, Drake Wright simply was ready to accept the fate that was coming from this ultimate evil. Something, too, to mention a factor he had to have realized, too, from his old adolescent days. To have honor, to be sacrificed. Hugh didn't waste his energy by swinging his saber of metal and iron as he used his skull to headbutt the hero dead on. Whack! The sound was a devastating knockout, as Drake Wright's body didn't swing back, but buckled at the weak knees, allowing the crimson blood flow to pour like an opened faucet from his 2 nostrils, his nose broken. The good officer, in his dying defiance, then reached for his pistol. Hugh then used his weapon to swat it out of his hands with a loud bink. The pistol hit the dirt nearby, skating off of the broken asphalt out of sight. Hugh then brought another strike to Officer Wright's facial features, his right shoulder across the fragile chin of the officer's. The impact was made with a loud crack, crack, now sending him from his knees back to his back, meeting the ground finally, his face looking upwards to the scary trees near the entrance, of whence they were currently holding this hellish bout. He was still moving, as Hugh was starting to study him, savoring the defiance he gave before the final kill that was to come. He gripped the crowbar tighter, remembering the kills he had minutes prior, the cold corpses of the 2 young girls, 30 yards or less away from him, freshly ice cold, their heat leaving them with the crimson blood of their bodies that stained the floor beneath them. Hugh Maine, the formerly alive man. That was quiet and reserved, worked normally, despite the lingering problems that seemed to plague him behind the curtains of his daily life. Problems that might have been labeled Maine, but it wasn't his story. Hugh Maine that had died and went to a former purgatory of a sense where he was wandering alone for 5 years, scared and hopeless, searching, wanting only his K9 companion that he died with, Goober, the truer peace he ever known in his recently deceased life, unaware of his effect of a presence he had on a lonely neighbor boy that he and his dog Goober would visit on walks, never truly expecting abilities to sprout out of him like a cell phone tower to the other side, broadcasting his struggles upon him in his dreams, of which lead him to the now. The same boy, now a young man, sought out a mere black book of local legend, holding the darkest of magic to bring him out again from that purgatory, having him live again, to have justice, to have peace, to have Goober again. Hugh accepted that, allowing the evil that brought him back from his black hole to cover what was left of his astral soul, his consciousness, totally forgetting the self-reliance of the tools presented to him in life. He forgot about his little brother, who used to idolize him in a way when they were younger, as they were dealing with their mother, the solid fact of how it made him feel afterwards when he saw Dalton hunker towards him, falling asleep in his lap, late at night, due to the ease of how Hugh handled the situation. He forgot about his brother Ian, even how despite all of the negatives that he himself has helped contribute to in Hugh's life, Hugh used to remember and dwell upon the small good that happened. It kind of motivated him to keep the peace between he and his brother, to only allow the rough times to happen, just so he can get to his dog every day. Hugh was appreciative. Now, not so much, as he was watching his prey try and move back up to his feet to continue the fight once more. He withdrew now, his yellow taser gun armed and awaiting to fire, pointing at Hugh as the die-hard officer was showing his never-say-die attitude. Hugh stood still, just looking at the beaten cop, almost allowing a sign of life to continue, giving a weird sign of respect, I suppose. As Hugh stood there, looking at his glassy eyes, bloodied face, his broken left wrist he dared not to raise, pointing the less of the 2 main weapons right at him, thinking in his incoherent state of mind that he was going to stop this fiend on the behalf and safety of those now hidden and hopefully gone teenagers. Yo will not kill hurt them, huh? as he squeezed the trigger of the taser, firing the electrified prongs from the plastic barrel into the chest cavity of Hugh, who just merely stood still as the electricity did not faze him. He looked at the dazed opponent, tilting his head slowly, finally lifting his weapon up and swinging it as hard as he possibly could across his face, killing him instantly, as his opened eyes, with the inner iris being blackened out, blood finally draining from his opened mouth as well, on the surface in front of him. It was a clear bet that Officer Drake Wright was dead. Hugh indeed was a different person, as he also forgot the charming link between he and the deceased officer at his boots. He forgot the sincerity in his charm, as he was the one that warned Hugh of the pending danger of the Smiler Rias, not accounting his own love of dogs himself. Hugh indeed was different, as from a distance, a loud commotion from the hiding kids caught his attention. He quickly stepped over the body and made his way back down near his brother's old house. He made it to only the driveway, when Hug heard Joe's whispering tale of woe. Big Dog hear Harry, as Hugh looked over to his sidekick's location, pointing to a faraway house from Ian's old home, Joe being the preventive best person to have when you play hide-and-go-seek. Hugh didn't conversate, nor wait, as he stomped over, right to the broken-down establishment, barging right in. What he nor Joe expected was the defiance the two kings and queens showed, fighting back immediately against the undead ogre. As Mark jumped down a small flight of stairs, swinging a hard tree branch into Hugh's face, then Peter clubbing him as well, from a rusted old fire poker from the ruins of the local fireplace. It sent the beast going backwards, dropping his crowbar in the process. It didn't stop the charge of Holly, from the front door swinging a weather-beaten, rusty old hammer she found in the backyarded area, swinging it, burying it deep within his forehead, as a loud gushing sound was heard loudly. Hugh for the first time crashed straight to his back, as he now assumed the position others had to endure the entire night. Into the morning now, presently, Hugh was defeated, but for how long? As now all three teenagers surrounded the zombie slasher, staring down at him. Holly in the middle, flanked with Mark and Peter, respectfully on both sides. Peter still holding tight to his weapon, Mark to his. Holly stood quiet, staring at the slowly breathing Hugh, who only was looking at the three teenagers. The same three teenagers that was around for his rebirth. The same three he had to kill in order for him to move onward, to find the Smiler Kings and get his revenge. Mark Smith being the singular one he had to kill in order to have himself complete, via the ritual of the book discussed. Now he couldn't, as he felt himself slip again, the familiar feeling of yesterday to him, 5 years prior to the day, when he saw the light leave Goober's eyes, the feeling of losing out on something special, the feeling of feeling numb. He kept silent, just staring at the victors. His eyes began to feel heavy, as it seemed though his reanimated body couldn't have no more supernatural strength within it. He was letting go. No, 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 you are not dead. They did not win, Big Dog. On the block, no. You were merely grazed, merely stunned. Remember your pooch, huh? As Joe's scary monologue from Hugh's closed eyes triggered a slideshow of dark emotions, surfacing through his mind, awaking the demon once more, as despite his eyes being shut to disguise the rouse of his deceased body, Hugh was back in the game once more. He slowed his breathing when he sensed the victors were away, fully opening them, sitting up slowly, retrieving his crowbar that was stuck in the wooden floor of the front door When the ambushing commenced, the UN expecting teenagers walked away slowly with a good job in their own respective minds, unaware of the quickly approaching danger, now running upon Holly, lifting his crowbar up, bark, 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 stunned Hugh for a moment, flashing him of memories of Goober, que Fido in for the save, as now both Mark and Peter started to swing their respective weapons in a bout of their own now against the beast. Mark swung his branch one good time into Hugh's head. He remained unfazed as he was with the fallen officer, his head only tilted at his imminent target. The positive side of things, the hammer had fallen out, allowing Holly to pick it back up to try and intervene into the fight, but tripped midway through the fight, loosing that same hammer that gave her the victory before. As Hugh sensed her distress, throwing Peter into Mark long enough to then try and capitalize on the damsel, trying to swing upon her crown, was missed though at that famous curved saber side of that crowbar met Peter's fire poker. Go! Run! He said to his downed friend. Peter chose to be the next one to be sacrificed to Hugh's chopping block. Hugh stood still, listening to this emotional challenge himself, as Holly, with Mark's assistance, was brought back up to her feet. Go! Please, Holly. Mark, go. Let me do this. You guys get help. Peter's tearful revelation brought the tears up to Holly, as she wanted to stay and fight the beast with him. But Mark, being the calmer head, once more held her back. The truer heartstrings of friendship indeed, as Holly had flashbacks within that split second of herself and Peter's friendship, the hidden one, and the public, that the whole school noticed. She was never regretful of it, not one day nor one mite. She couldn't, however, stay in that mournful moment for long, as a loud snarling bark at Hugh drew the three's attention at Peter's ankles. Fido was trying to be territorial at the monster. No, boy, no, you go. Fido stopped what he was doing, looking at his master, trying to comprehend his orders. Peter teared up again. As he saw Hugh getting closer, Peter got defensive, automatically, as he raised his poker up to save his beloved canine. With a loud ting, Peter now boomed to his dog out of love and time sensitivity. Go, Fido, go, you bad dog, leave me alone. As he took then a single step to him, making a slight kicking motion, before the dog whimpered, taking off in a high speed away from him. Now right behind Holly, and Mark, who too, was trying to leave the area, respecting the sacrificial Peter Enron's final wishes, a only fatal nod to Mark, who was now pulling away, was the final goodbye Peter gave. As now, he faced the monster head on. Peter didn't look back as he swung his poker, as Hugh swung his battered and stained crowbar, clanging the metal off of their respective weapons. Sparks flew, Mark dragging his best friend, with a small canine in tow as well away, allowing distance to be a factor. It was no easy feat to accomplish. What was transpiring with all of the party, included over the map of the demolished neighborhood of urban legend statues, the surviving royalty now meeting their end, from doing what all kids seem to do, with wealth and some sort of privilege. Something stupid, stupid being the term when it involves black magic, believing at the very start of this evening, when all 6 of them were back at Travis's house, celebrating the devastation that was caused upon Joe Gano's head. This particular instance wouldn't be no different. All the same road, continuing on and on, humbled as they were, devastated as they are, speechless as they're going to be, as now the 2 remaining members will see. Wealth, privilege, and a reputation doesn't mean nothing to pure evil incarnate. Distance covered them now, as the clanks of their weapons were the only indicator of Peter's statues. It gave his best friends hope as they charged right back out to the entrance, gunning for the road to just start hitchhiking. Ah! Fuck! Peter lets out a final death yelp of a scream, as Hugh must have pulled another maneuver to get his way, like he has with all of his altercations. Fido yelped as he tried to lunge out of Mark's arms to his master's call of pain, something that he was trained to do since he was a puppy. Holly was calm enough to just cry standing next to Mark at a distance as they both heard the final death blows delivered to Peter, ceasing all sounds, allowing the echo to turn back to an eerie quiet, as just as quickly that turned to quiet, the survivors started to run quickly down the long road. Part 5. The finish line. Mark and Holly both hiked a mere 5 minutes till they ran into the first cop car, the first one they had seen since the ordeal with one Drake Wright. The cop was en route to the scene that had already occurred. The damage was done, as the bodies, then, had already began their decomposition throughout the now deemed ghost neighborhood. Mark and Holly with Fido was resting comfortably in the back of the same squad car they had seen, reminiscing over the horror they endured, their friends' lives they had lost. More importantly, the villain they had unleashed that was still roaming the area, taking only the last death noise Peter gave as they were safely outside the domain. The officer of their savior was Officer Rick Hayes, another over-the-hill cop that was reaching the end of his retirement, that didn't have time for a mass murder scene at the same place his town's only mass murder scene took place. He led the department to descend upon the area as the survivors kept watch from the neighborhood lines, as the sea of snow-white cop cars with the intense red and blue flashing lights rummaged the area, spreading out from their perspective like cockroaches when the lights would come on, surveying, covering every known track and pathway that could have been utilized by this crowbar killer within a 2-hour continued search, and as well of more of the federal police getting involved into this possible large manhunt of Hugh Maine. Nothing was turned up, except for the bodies and more bodies of the victims of last night's bloodbath. What made matters worse for wear was all of the royalty's parents emerged upon the scene, creating a lot of buzz within the community as a few news vans ascended onto the scene. Mark held onto Holly tight with Fido, who at all didn't want to leave the two's side for any reason, watched in gut-wrenching heartbreak as they saw Shara's parents come in hovering over her cold corpse, her mother shouting obesities in Russian so no one would understand, to the hardest one for Mark as he saw Mr. and Mrs. Lasky looking for their son. He watched as Mr. Lasky was holding on to his wife with the most sincerity, but sturdy enough to ask questions, to learn the outcome of what has transpired, to lastly learn of the disappearance of their son Travis, aka the QB. Holly held onto him tighter, as well sensing the distress in her best friend. What made it the hardest thing to swallow throughout this ordeal was the moment when both Holly and Mark saw their parents, the partners, arrive on the scene together, then running to their kids side by side, embracing them both tightly in their arms. Simon Wolverton staring into his daughters, eyes with happy tears strolling down his cheeks. Angela Smith hugging her son like a boa, Constrictor kissing his cheeks profusely. Mark became aggravated quickly as he then pushed her away gently. Angela Smith then walked over to her partner, Simon, speaking their police jargon, with their two children, hoping to get their own answers before the true investigation would happen. It was then, an hour later, from regaling the both of them, Angela and Simon, both over the tedious storyline, their current colleagues was discovering when Mark's mother ignited with hesitation of the truth behind the story. Listen, Mark, Holly, this is all sad, extremely into what happened with you and your friends tonight. But please, don't lie to me and Simon like this is some deranged joke, 'cause this isn't a laughing matter. No shit, Mom, Mark blurted out. Angela raised her hand up quickly to her son, who flinched in response. Angela looked at Mark with a serious look of disbelief at the disrespect he just gave her. She then lowered her hand slowly as she started to reflect of her present situation of Simon and Holly there, watching the UN comfortable ordeal transpire. I am sorry, honey. I just, I don't know. She was instantly embarrassed. Simon then took over, trying to mediate the conversation. Okay, so what you kids are telling us? That an undead murder victim brought back to life by satanic black magic that has hunted and killed all of your friends, plus our mutual acquaintance of Drake Wright with a crowbar in order to have his revenge and his pooch. I think so, Dad. I mean, we were putting the bits and pieces together of why he was doing what he was doing. He would go crazy when Fido here would be around. I mean, he thought Fido was his long-lost dog. Plus, he was chasing us, 'cause that he-witch told him to kill Mark about completing some bogus ritual to make him complete, or something. Another strong storyline, bit that Holly added in at the right time, as Angela's embarrassment ceased allowing her cop side to surface. It seemed to be the only thing she understood. Well, someone wants to kill my son. We gotta get you out of here. Agreed. Partner, but we still need to find more clues. Clues? Simon, don't be so damn stupid. From this one of our rivals we locked up and escaped again from Crimson Hills Corrections. Again, and they fell upon our stupid kids, of which now mean their lives are in danger. So, I am getting mine. Leaving. Now, I will call the captain when we are out of the city and hidden. You, Holly, with Fido there, find shelter as well. Angela then grabbed her son's shoulders, stringing him along to hitch a ride out of there to be lined to home. Until from behind them, someone screams out from the distance. Near the houses, I found something, catching all four persons' attention, running automatically to the source of the loud commotion. All officers nearby started to join them in the fellow race, figuring it was someone alive. To Holly and Mark, they prayed silently. It was Peter. Perhaps from the duel he had, he found a way to escape or to hide. Perhaps he even found a way to vanquish. Holly, with her father Simon, lead the pack of four in endurance, as Angela, with her son Mark, came in a close second. Through the crowd of oohs and ahs, Holly and Mark stared upon the rediscovered hidden book. The same black magic that had a huge role to play in the outcome of this whole night. You see, we are not lying, Mark screamed into his mother's ear. Simon walked through now, speaking quietly to the officers involved in the discovery. Simon, in front of his partner's child, as well as his own, gently took the book from the underlings and held it in his own hands, staring at it long and hard. Mark and Holly got worried rather quickly, but old Simon stayed steady in his conviction as he then placed the book in a black duffel bag nearby, thus picking it up, bringing it through the crowded men who, as now leaving Simon, could hear shouting erratically, some in anger, others in confusion, until some senior officers came into the picture, offbeat and calmed the storm. The kids and his partner followed suit, close behind. Nothing seemed too offbeat for Simon W. as he performed his normal strut, walking all the way back to the place all four of them had started. So that's the Book of the Unnamed? I take it? Angela asked, trying to regain bearings she had lost amidst the story she was told and the proof that was just discovered a moment after. Yes, Mom, it is. That's what Holly and myself has been trying to tell you. Mark's long stare afterwards only signified his answer that much more to his mother. Angela then stared at Simon for a moment before walking away a minor distance to discuss something in private with her partner, bag in tow. Holly, why is your dad really starting to hold on to that thing like it was a lucky charm? I don't know, Mark. I mean, he is a cop, and all like your mom. We told him the story. Now he has proof we were telling him the truth. Maybe he's going to put it into evidence? Mark only looked on for the moment instead of answering his best friend back. He was studying their body motions, reading lips of one-word answers here and there. Nothing really solid to solidify a true purpose for the book that he now has in his possession. Suddenly, as quickly as they were joined, both adults broke apart. Angela, standing still, looking ahead, at her son with Holly and Fido, as Simon took off back into their car, turning on the engine, then backing out the way they had came in. Mom? Mom! Where is he going? Mark boomed at his mom, Angela. Angela was silent in her posture, watching her partner, then go out of sight, out of mind. She turned back to the wondering teens, hungry for the thinking power to understand what was transpiring. Mom, what's happening? Mark Smith boomed at his mom, who immediately snapped out of it, answering her son back in a calmer manner as she greeted him. He is taking that book back to home base, preferably in our cage. You know, the safe where we keep all of our best evidence. So it will be safe, huh? Holly asked from her still position, from the way back, yes, dear. Angela answering Holly with a smile, as she then turned her attention back to her son in front of her, whispering, like in secretive format, I just wanted to say to you personally, here I am sorry about before. I don't want you to get the wrong impression. High emotion, high stakes, especially when your child was involved. It's fine, Mom. I am fine, Holly's fine. Just wish the rest of our friends would be the same, you know? I do. The touching two-word combination, followed up with a sincere hug, was something that can be translated through any dramatic situation. An ailment that Mark had never could stand a chance against Angela Smith's hugs, despite his mother's outright dangerous job, as that shield she carries with her is a stable reminder of her law and order she was destined to always defend against. A happy end seemed to be in sight for the last two of the royalty, as the rest had met their grimace fates. A lot tangled with actual death, meeting doorways, portals, as well as mutual monsters, not of this plane. Things that is going to mark up their minds for years to come. Questions arose within them as they all had to ask themselves silently, already, such as, what's next? Are we safe? Is this it? As for the rest of the day till the evening, Angela, Mark, and Holly had answered those questions. As Angela's superiors, news anchors, as well as witnessing the numerous bodies recovered of all of their friends past them, it allowed them to continuously headbutt the newer reality they had to stomach, until the last possible moment came, when Holly out of the three remembered the one member of the group that wasn't recovered. Peter? Mark looked at her too, as then both persons leaped over to Angela, who was already posing her hands up in restraint. Fido, however, had a different point of view as he started to bark and snarl to a nearby bush, a polar opposite of things that was occurring. No one was paying attention to the medium-sized K9 as they thought it was too normal. What they didn't expect was the sinister plot that was plaguing the old teenagers all last night was lurking to come back to hunt, to maim, to carry out his sinister agenda, as he was beckoned to be whole once more, to embrace his K9 compadre. His cold dead fingers stained red now with blood. Not of his own, of course. Fido felt feisty as he sensed the blood that was upon his hands in the bush was that of his former master, now fallen someplace. Fido was angry, as in his own doggy body he wanted to gain his own vengeance. He leaped out of Holly's arms, giving a full charge right after the hidden Hugh. Hugh started to brace for the incoming pooch. As he saw now, Holly, Mark and Angela gave way. He stood upright, ready to meet the incoming group with a ferocious assault, until the old lingering voice of Joe Gono rang in his ear. Buddy, sweet buddy, this isn't the time yet to show yourself. We still need Mark. Just Mark. No one else. Dogs included, of course. It was like his personal instruction manual. He hid again, praying that the pooch don't find him, listening to his unseen friend that he still didn't understand wasn't around him but was albeit to speak to him as though he was nearby. Black magic can give you all sorts of leisures, I suppose. All three persons ran right into the wood. The entrance was nearby the hidden spot Hugh was stationed, watching, listening. Holly ran forward to scoop up the dog, followed up by Angela Smith, whipping her gun out, looking around, understanding a dog's intuition from her time on the streets, knowing in her gut that there wasn't a normal reason that dog suddenly sprang to life as it did. She placed the kids behind her, pointing her long barrel out into the shaded but sunny darkness, studying for feet, body parts of any variety, more importantly, to add sounds of certain sticks breaking, the whole giving away a position style of thing. What is it, Mom? Mark said softly, as he gently brought Holly back to his side, she holding on to Fido, as well looking out into the yonder with the armed mother. Angela studied hard, as her own detective intuition was pointing her into the same direction as to exactly where Hugh was currently hiding. Hugh noticed as well, as he felt the nature of things shift. Something truly felt off to Hugh. He didn't allow it to flush him out of his seclusion. Angela started to walk out now, automatically allowing her feeling to propel her to do her job. Mark and Holly stood still and observed, watching for any movement themselves, any sort of danger that would be afoot. Angela, with her revolver like sidearm, scoped the area. She cocked her hammer back, feeling Hugh's presence more and more, as her heavy boots have quickly drawn her a mere foot away from the giant who brings his weapon up to chest level. Something was going to happen. It just about being prepared for it. Hugh now heard her closing in as a set of familiar sticks broke. Angela had finally gotten into main dividing lines. Chaos was about to ensue, until, Hez alive! Hez alive! Detective Smith! Angela heard the cries of emotion, looking at the two kids barking the seldom order, "Stay here," before she ran off into the woods to that direction. Mark and Holly both became too cheerful, as they both immediately assumed it was Peter. Holly started to rejoice with Fido, as she shouted of the excitement of getting her new K9 friend back to his owner. Holly was indeed shipping that certain idea. Hugh saw this as an opportunity as he uncovered himself from his hiding space, staring at the beaten up backs of the last two survivors, savoring the accomplishment that was incoming. He walked slow but fast, breathing slow not to draw the attention away from their mutual positivity. He didn't want nothing compromised. He now within 2 feet raised his crowbar up, now riding into a potential physical impact with them. Holly and Mark had no indication of him being there, overcome by the serenity of their utter, what it seemed like, defeat of evil. They saw each other as heroes, nothing more. Mark looked at Holly again for a moment, out of appreciation of her sheer dedication to her occupation, of their friendship. The backbone, the coach. Mark felt a more of a love for her that could defy more than what he and she had already going, as she reached over and gave her a solid, one-armed squeeze of the embrace. Holly smiled herself as she accepted it. A touching moment, a touching sight, a great final moment captured for the last time. Hugh brought his powerful gavel down upon Mark's head with a powerful thump, sending Holly with Fido falling forward too, momentarily disordinating her. She quickly got up from the rustling around to see who or the what that struck them. Fido was barking loudly again from the ankle level, the same type of barking that he was performing minutes prior. Holly then looked around to see that Mark was missing. Mark! Holly screamed into the now fully shaded-in parts of the woods. Nothing came back but faint echoes of her own voice. She bellowed for him again, looking around, focusing on the off in the distance. Policeman that was huddled around something, keeping them all out, away from the current situation. Holly still got nothing. Fido was still barking loudly this time now, like before, took off in one singular direction. Holly was desperate. She understood that Fido must know something that she hadn't. Now, a light jog. She screamed again, for Mark. A light breeze was the response. A light breeze through the trees, halting the dog and young lady. It wasn't a normal breeze, as it felt strange. A breeze defiantly, not according to the weather forecast. Fido whines, as though his eyes seriously were watching something sinister unfold. Holly watched his reaction, feeling that nauseated kick to the stomach, sort of feeling you get before a panic attack sets in. She, now proceeding into full terror, as she was away from any sort of help into this endeavor. Besides Fido the Beagle, screams out again for Mark, this time receiving a minor response. As from the distance, you can hear Mark respond in complete distress. Holly help. Fido barked loudly, taking off to that direction. Holly too, as the backbone persona returned, allowing a savior-type war cry to be screaming from her stained, perpetrated lips. I'm coming, Mark, I'm coming. As to Holly and Fido, they knew in that scary moment the evil didn't die. It was just smart. Holly had no weapons on her, nor none that she could retrieve in this pursuit. She was hoping by the big guy above in the sky that a light could be shined upon her to see a weapon she could muster to end this undead slasher. So far to no avail. She followed the trail with Fido to the very edge of the forest, it seems. As she thought to herself, there was really nowhere they could have went. She looked around, full of haste lost. Fido did the same way, looking around, sniffing, coming up with nothing special, looking back up to his counterpart, who stood still, regaining her oxygen from the quickened run. She resorted back again to the singular idea that brought her and her sidekick this far down. Mark! Her fearful outcry to her best friend seemed to have a minor effect. Silence was her reply. Fido whimpered into his own defeat, as he too sensed the worst. Holly started to tear up once more in regret, as their friendship started to flash before her very eyes. The good, the bad, the times when Mark used to run away to her house, when things had gotten unlivable. The same from her end at times when Simon would come home from a long 2-day stint, allowing his wife and daughter to become the emotional punching bags from his own restraints he has had to succumb to. Her backbone was starting to ache on the inside as she felt the sad conclusion she was about to face. She lets out a final ask out into Mother Nature. She screams once more, allowing her vocal power to carry some sort of response on the whirlwind. Within moments, she heard a sad young man cry back out to her. That sounded within yards of them. Quickly, Fido and Holly gave chase to Mark's loud, desperate cries. Branches and twigs alike started to smack them both in their individual faces, not knowing that they were embarking upon a shortcut into the backyard of Ian's old house. As Holly fell face first into those particular mud pools the late Shara and Corey had to face. Fido, however, was the forenette one, as he was still limber and small enough to trot himself on through, as the walk way through the narrow holes was just wide enough to meet his own requirements. Just like before, Holly wasn't submerged. She was subdued at the moment, however. Fido had finally made his way in, listening, looking for the helpless Mark, as another faint cry was heard coming from the basement, the same exact place of Hugh's re-entry into this plane of existence. Fido looked down the long and dark, rickety steps. With the faint glow in the darkness below him, he was unsure, looking back to see Holly progress. Out of the faint piece of window, he saw that she had just gripped the firm piece of land, pulling herself up out of the dark water pit. He looked back down, dwelling again, until Mark's loud pained moan made him react, gently descending into the dark, slinking back to a familiar hiding spot, survey what was now going on, to finally await his backup that was just stumbling through that back door. Fido, now downstairs in the darkness, was watching what was now going down. As in front of him in the same circle as Mark witnessed before, there lied now a standing Hugh, a beaten down Mark, to lastly a laughable Joe Gono, who seemed to somehow retrieve the book that was in Detective Simon W.'s firm possession. Okay, Mr. Maine, let's get you whole again. Joe's sinister words as he was searching the book once more for the ritual. The ritual to complete. Hugh stood silent, watching his friend skim and scurry the pages, cackling over the vast evil pouring out of the pages with each turn. Mark watched on as the two evil doers were trying to create his end. Mark looked at Hugh for a moment, studying his captor/killer of all of his best friends. He thought about a lot of things, two of which was about the current, here and now. What he started to think about the most, as he kept staring at Hugh, was the fact of him being coherent, not a mute or an idiot. There was a sincere way about him, just buried deep, deep within him, in the most hard-to-reach areas of someone's soul. Hugh Maine in life wasn't a bad guy, just a simple man that had life handed to him on a shitty platter, now corrupted. Mark decided to try and play with that, play some Jedi mind tricks to buy him time. Hugh Maine. The monster turns around slowly to the hostage. Mark gazed into the evil eyes behind the bloodied muzzle face mask. Mark felt a tad uneasy. He kept going, though, for the most part, as he then asked, "Tell me what makes a man like you do this?" I mean, what would Goober do? If he would ever see this, what would he say? Hugh took the outrage about his dog's name coming out of his mouth in the disrespect level as it was intended. He stepped forward, bringing up his weapon, then slamming it hard to the opened space of ground near Mark's head. He is the reason why I did what I did. He is the only reason why I do what I do. Nothing else truly matters. He will accept it, Hugh said clearly through his muzzle. Joe looked up in surprise at the exchange, as he then went over to kick Mark Smith himself to silence his verbal attempts. Joe then looked back at Hugh, patting him on his shoulder, as an incentive, a more of a thank you in his reservation about doing what he had to do thus far. Are you trying to get into his head? Mark, I hope not. I mean, this isn't brainwashing. This man here literally spent 5 years in purgatory dealing and seeing with what you can't imagine. So please don't humor him, Joe said in a sarcastic tone before he went back to reading. Mark and Hugh just went silent in a stare down, Mark glaring under the hood once more into the glassy eyes, filled with darkness, with a low dose of glimmer of hope that he remained true to his mission to hold Goober again, a truer, diehard of a dog parent, to say the least. Fido looked around from the darkness that was surrounding them, hoping to see Holly. Nothing yet. Ah, yes. The excited words radiated out of the mouth of the fallen warlock as he then, like a good book, picked up exactly as he left off. He started to recite the scripture, more into its foreign dialect, raising his distant hand to a noticeable space within the basement. The air instantly changed again, as faint monster growls became clear when the white light reappeared. Then finally, the black portal hole. The black wet portal to the afterlife. Hugh stood still observing as well, next to Joe, who was smiling. At the sight of the re-emergence of the gateway, he continued to read on. Mark's perspective was differed from their combined feelings of calm and glee. It was fear taking back over. It was fear of what he remembered prior as a demon fetched his now fallen friend, Travis Lasky, into that same void. He wanted not to repeat of the same for him. He looked back up to the fallen reanimation, and he shot out a name that made Hugh think, what about Dalton? What do you think you will think, if you don't care for Goober? Hugh had finally had enough, as he then, with his bare hand, reached down in a fatal swoop, snatching the downed teenager by his neck, lifting him up over his head, replying as follows. I don't care what game is being played, nor fathom the worst outcomes for you, but you are now toying with fire, and I promise you, boy, that you will be incinerated before this ritual to make me whole can be carried out. What's the point? Point is, Holly finally made her appearance in her holy tone as she walked slowly, without fear, up onto the scene. Fido still watched on from the dark, waiting to see what happens from this terminal situation playing itself out. Joe smiled and was about to give her a sly, witty comeback for making it to this point, but Hugh gave him a body shrug to continue onward to the reciting. As the portal was opened, Hugh didn't budge or move a millimeter. He still stood there, with Mark firmly in his palm, feet dangling like so, face firmly focused on Holly as she got closer to the intelligent slasher. Mark and Joe collectively became a captive audience to the final climatic scene that was to unfold before their own eyes. Point is, Hugh, what Mark was trying to tell you is that, yes, we all have understood your point about now doing all of this for Goober. We get that. We understood your story about your dedication and love for him for years now. Mark and I can now have seen it. We have ran from it. Joe smiled confidently. From it, her joke about last night's activities. Holly didn't pay attention to the sorcerer, who was still reciting the incantation to bring forth the demon from before. The atmosphere changed again, reactivating the same atmosphere from before, the air being sucked inward. To the black hole, Holly stood still, face full of a stone, within her pores staring down the business end of the beast, who didn't shrug again, not one bit, from her verbal tirade. She continued, on. Fact of the matter now. Hugh, you're back from there. You are choosing evil to do good. Right? Wrong, I say. Don't let the evil kill you inside. You can still win. How? Hugh whispered out loud. As it seemed his human side was surfacing, Joe got worried as he stepped in front of his point of Wiesen from Holly, as he tried to get him back in line into his old mentality. Holly did the impossible. While Hugh was still looking at her, he had lost his inhumane strength as he released Mark. Hey, hey! Big dog, what's going on? Tell me, what's going on? We are so close on getting you and Goober back together. What is going on? Joe shrieking now, with fear and anger, as he now sounded like he was lashing out at the Frankenstein he had created. Hugh still fixated on Holly as she walked around to fetch Mark. Hugh's humanity must have punched through his mind in the last moments of Holly's good words. He didn't move or flinch, as Joe was then moving on from lashing out at him to full-on ordering him to kill them before they escape, allowing some personal dialogue to show itself. As to Joe, before last night had commenced, there was a long line of trial and error that Joe Gano had to calculate. As yes, from his childhood, Hugh and Goober's personal influence in his life was something. Joe was still on his way to embark upon evil regardless. As of a month earlier, when he first discovered the Book of the Black Magic, Joe was gazing upon ambition, nothing more or less. He guised his pursuit totally with the added play on of Hugh, as his tone now was sorely being discovered of that. Hugh looked at Joe with the utmost disgust, as now Holly and Mark with Fido had made their way to the stairs. Joe was outraged as he tried to flick his hand to throw some Harry Potter like magic their way, but was stopped by Hugh with the defensive sway of a crowbar, sending the dark energy blast to the ground near them. Spooked by the near call, Mark and Fido started to run past Holly on the stairs, who stared at the now battling evildoers. Holly systematically turning the slasher into good. As he was fighting the one who brought him back, Joe was outraged, ferocious, at the same time, feeling powerless against this ogre of vengeance. As he would strike Hugh in the face numerous times, not phasing Hugh for a blink, Hugh swung his crowbar, countlessly. A stalemate, than there ever was one, as his weapon was missing every opportunity. The air got wilder in the basement, as from Holly's perspective, the hole in the white light in the far corner of the basement was hungry, turning up the volume of its intake. Their battle was fierce, until Joe punched Hugh in the gut, then upcutting his mask off, revealing his undead face again. Joe dropped his weapon, then to his knees. Joe cackled, as he then went to his level, yelling loudly in Hugh's defeat. Another big rebel, savoring his victory. I saved you. I brought you back. I wanted to help you. And you turn on me. I don't think so, Ho. As from a distance behind them, at the portal, the resurgence of a familiar demonic hand punched through, clinging onto the nearby wall, shaking the foundations of the house a bit. Holly unable to move as she was, silently rooting for Hugh, holding on to dear life. Joe looked over in accomplishment as he chanted something in the same dialect as the book, as if he was calling the beast over himself as the hand turned into the same arm that was seen hours ago. Hugh looked up to Holly in remorse as he muttered the words, "Go to her," looking back down to the ground in front of him, having a relapse of Goober again. As he knew what was coming, he accepted it. Joe then, with his own hand, placed it on Hugh's head, leaning down to his ear, muttering the sentence that triggered the different outcome that Joe and Holly was watching. "I am sending you back. I am going to kill those kids, and I am going to kill the Smilers. Please don't worry about Goober, though. He's not going to come back. He is happier where he is now, not next to you." Hugh suddenly stood straight up and turned to Joe, who stumbled back in fear from what was occurring. Hugh then walked over with thunderous stomps, Joe throwing his energy blasts, hitting the undead man. Hugh absorbed them like a fish drinking water. Hugh felt unstoppable, with each thunderous stomp heard through the intense noise. That halted as well, as from the hole in the distance, the demon made it back through, but was in awe in what he was watching transpire. Joe was frightful, as he got up again trying to swing at Hugh. Connected. Hugh again didn't feel the impact of the power behind Joe's punch. Joe Gono was no longer the help. He was the hunted. Joe had tried again with a punch, but this time Hugh caught it. He started to close his hand around the scrawny fist of the defeated Joe Gono, hearing his ligaments break and shatter, closing the fist to a mere rock-like shape. Joe started to crumble as Hugh extended his other hand to brace him. Keeping him upright, Hugh's eyes started to become filled with a familiar red glow, a red glow that Joe was showing earlier. He started to gnash his undead teeth loudly, breaking and shattering mere small pieces from each tooth that was shown, giving his grimace a look of butcher knives for a smile. Hugh's humanity seemed to leave him as the evil resonated to his face, allowing his looks to form a metamorphosis of a Hugh hellhound, like a creature barking and snapping at Joe. The young occultist tried to pull back and jerk free. The deadlock upon his own arms was too strong. It was pointless. Hugh had centered the evil that birthed him into a cannon aimed at his old counterpart, that he revealed his truer intentions underneath the facade that he had shaded over his eyes the entire night. Hugh snarled loudly once more, as he then did what any dogs would do. He bit down hard on Joe's exposed neck, ripping and tearing like it was a chew toy. The pressure was immediately felt as Joe cascaded blood. His eyes gave out that glassy reflection, widened, overcame with intense emotions, trying to still breath but couldn't due to the fact of, with each breath brought his own crimson essence out from his own lips, while the rest was draining into the morphed mouth of his attacker, hydrating himself from the wound he inflicted from his massive overbite. Holly was overcame herself, witnessing the potential final blow, as well as the massive demon who decided to have enough and start to stroll on over to the finished scrimmage of brute strength. Hugh stopped as the loud cloved hoofs were heard, as the human side, like a wave, washed over him once more. As he then saw young Holly at the steps still, he started to dial back from his monstrous side, as the hound in him started to fade bit by bit, allowing the slightly discolored side of him to show. Human all the same, but it was normal, as the only identity of the true monster was the stained lips he donned like war paint. He looked at Joe, who was still barely alive, his wound barely showing the remainder of what was truly left in his body as faint trickles of his blood was running down his clothes. Hugh looked at him with such intensity as the demon approached now, locking eyes with the savior that ended up in the long run to be his master. He gave him a final message before his body would go cold. Then finally, his soul would transcend planes. I left this earth wrong. I came back wrong. I was robbed of everything in life and in death. I am no one's slave to magic, nor a book. I have the time now to make me right. So please let tell you something to always remember before you go. I always win. Tell them that. As he then tossed Joe into the arms of the demon, who caught him with no problem. The demon looked confused, staring at the barely awake Joe, then at Hugh, who stood still, looking into the blackened eyes of the large other world species. The demon didn't barter or care to conversate. As his occupation was being fulfilled, he turned away with Joe in his grasp, starting to walk back to the portal. Hugh stood still, watching silently as Joe's blood dripped from his stoned chin. Hugh had regained a shred of humanity, thanks to the cunning words of one Holly Wolverton. She didn't move, despite a sneaky Mark Smith came back into the picture with his mother Angela, pointing her firearm into the basement. They both tried to reach out for her, to gently pull her out of there, without avoiding his attention. Holly made it to the very top of the stairs, planting her feet in place as she saw the demon make it to the portal and start to walk through. Joe had started to move paratactically as he felt his feet first go into the portal. The demon didn't stop. Joe started to scream and buck and kick, looking at Hugh with such hurt, pain, and fear of what he was about to witness, maybe even endure, of God knows what in that particular realm. Joe tried to hold on. Remember what I said, Joe. Tell them I always win, Hugh said, before finally Joe's head was sucked into the blackened, wet vortex, totally disappearing into nothing. The change of the ritual of the atmosphere to finally the debut of the demon had all dramatically altered the house's foundational cores. It couldn't take it as it once was. Ian's castle was faltering as loud creaks was heard. The light, as well as the black hole, started to fade away, not before a thunderous, bright purple lighting strike hit Hugh straight into his chest, causing him to levitate, his arms outstretched, his body starting to form to the purple power that was pulsating now from the opening. Angela, with her son Mark, now snatched strongly to the arms of Holly, running out the now faltering house, front door, into the crowd of policemen, with their guns drawn at the house, ready to fire at the bad guy within. Much to their dismay, the house around them started to shake and rattle, causing a wave of disorientation. Angela screamed loud for everyone to leave and evacuate, as the purple light started to illuminate the house in such a density, blinding a few off-seekers at the moment. Fido was waiting for them near the crowd-ending line. Everyone was running for cover as the house caved in from the intense, high-beamed purple phenomenon. Angela, Mark, and Holly made their way to Fido. Angela scooped him up to hide behind a cop car as they witnessed the house fall to pieces before a loud manly scream was heard from within. The impact was felt throughout the area as debris fell onto law enforcement officers, to the local scenery. All three persons now, with their confident canine, rested finally on the ground behind their refuge. Humane. Joe Gano was dead, defeated. The good guys finally had pulled off the upset victory. As time went by, after they rejoiced and celebrated, Angela, lead a team of cops to rummage through the house rubble, searching for Hugh or any sort of life. They had found nothing, no book, either to add. It was a 6-hour affair, as, now ending a second full day of terror from their previous encounter with the town legend, Mark and Holly found themselves in the back of an ambulance, being looked over from the fresh wounds that was inflicted. The EMTs had found no real damage when it came to Holly. Mark, however, suffered a decent concussion. He had to be transported to the hospital. They said goodbye to Angela, as Angela Smith had to stay behind to sort some of the regulated things out. She gave the two survivors hope of being received from other officers there, while her son gets treatment, providing the amount of safety they were to require. The doors then shut. The van started to take off. Holly held onto her best friend's hand as he just smiled and looked up at her beautiful smile glisten off the high LED lights within the cab. It was safe to assume between them a romance had blossomed. From the deaths and near-death experiences, gaining speed towards that conclusion seemed inevitable. Between them both, it seemed to be welcomed as they disappeared over the hill into the distance, leaving the ghost neighborhood in their hindsight. Meanwhile, back at the devastation of what was a home, as Angela was going over things with her own superiors, Fido was relaxing comfortably in the back of a nearby squad car, sleeping, feeling safe and secure, not even thinking of the sadness, without Peter, to what was to come. A certain tree branch snapped to awake him. He sprung to looking out of the nearby window to that direction, as the sound was just loud enough for a dog could hear it. He looked in deep, deep enough in the woods to see a familiar terror, still alive, holding a favorite book, walking away to the same direction as Holly and Mark's ambulance went. Fido started to bark loudly to try and receive someone's attention, watching Hugh disappear into the dark, walking to the exit of the neighborhood, away from the unaware police. The end.